Minister and the DG are attending that meeting of the Select Committee. We also received an apology from the Deputy Minister, who will be leaving the meeting at 10 o'clock to attend a Cabinet Committee meeting. And then from members, we received an apology from Honorable Chirwa, who is attending the PC on Health. Those are the apologies received. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Anele, and good morning to all honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as colleagues from the Ministry. DM and Amela, I see you're here. Colleagues from the department. I think the collective will be led by ADG Sotikwa. And then, of course, we have our colleagues from Mangosuthu University of Technology. We have invited the University Council and Management to brief us, and council would be led by Mr. Murailane. And then management will be led by the acting VC, Prof. Ramukhale. I believe we should also have representatives from the SRC, led by the President, Ms. Ndlovu, as well as the Secretary General, Mr. Khumalo. And then I believe we also have the Institutional Forum, which will be led by the Chairperson, Mr. Mtimkulu. And then we have received, I believe that we should have Nahal and Tenusa both present in the meeting, but we'll check that at a later stage. So that is our agenda, and that will be followed by discussions where members will ask questions, clarities, and make recommendations. And then colleagues will be allowed an opportunity to respond. That is the nature of how this meeting will proceed. Members, we are gathered here to be briefed on the Independent Assessor Report of Mangosuthu University of Technology. It's something that has been of interest to all of us in the sector, including members of Parliament who may not necessarily sit in the committee. We have in the past engaged with Mangosuthu University of Technology. And to be honest, I think the committee was greatly concerned with the state of the institution coming out of that particular engagement. And we must indicate that our greatest concern as a portfolio committee is to ensure the good governance and management of our institutions, for them to be able to fulfill their core mandate of rolling out the academic program and contributing to the self-liberation of South Africans through skills and knowledge. So that is the nature in which we meet in, honorable members and colleagues. I will now hand over to DM Manamela to make his opening remarks as the leader of delegation from the department and the ministry. DM, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me firstly acknowledge the presence of some of the stakeholders from the Mangosuthu University of Technology, who have been invited by the Portfolio Committee to join in this meeting, and also honorable members and the team from the department, which includes our DDG for university branch. And just to get straight into the issues, Chairperson, the university, Mangosuthu University, has been plagued by leadership governance, mismanagement, and other challenges for quite some time. And as a result, it has been a subject of several ministerial interventions. And as Mangosuthu Technicon, the Minister of Education, Professor Kada Asmal, appointed an independent assessor in 1999. And when the university became MUT in 2008, and then Minister of Education, Mrs. Naledi Pandor, now Dr. Naledi Pandor, appointed another independent assessor, which led to the university being placed under administration. And the administrator was later appointed as the Vice Chancellor in 2010. And then Council Approved Strategy 2020 was developed, intent on improving accountability, but also attracting and developing academics, producing quality teaching and research, and also producing efficient and effective programs for their students. And in 2016, challenges emerged again, mostly stemming from a precarious relationship between council and the senior management of the university. And so the issues were linked to the allegations of interference by the council in the management and operations of the university. And so a number of senior officials, including the Vice Chancellor, were suspended. And so towards the end of 2017, we believe that there was a new sense of optimism at the institution with the constitution of a fairly new council, followed by the appointment of a new Vice Chancellor. And the council also requested the appointment of an independent assessor and presented a resolution adorned with making a fresh start and ensuring that there's no repeat of previous governance failures under its watch. But regrettably, that 2 years later in 2019, the university found itself embroiled in yet another controversy linked to governance and management problems, with calls for the council to be dissolved. Again, allegations were submitted by the Vice Chancellor, which were related to the hostile relationship between the executive management and the council, which apparently emanates from alleged interference of some council members in procurement processes. And so allegations were also made against the VC, which counter allegations, and some management. The suspension of the Vice Chancellor and the managers signified council's commitment to good, clean governance to some, and in fighting maladministration, fraud, and corruption to others. The latter developments follow a history of a contentious relationship between the Chairperson and the Vice Chancellor, which was documented in the 2018 Independent Assessors Report. So for 2 years, since April 2020, our ministry and the department have been in constant engagement with the council to try and understand the complexity of the challenges confronting the university and how these can be resolved. And so these engagements culminated in the appointment of an independent assessor as a way to independently verify the multitude of allegations that were presented to the ministry, and with a view to to generate a set of recommendations that can take the university forward. Professor Anthony Stark was appointed by the minister from an independent assessment panel recommended by the Council on Higher Education. We know that he is no stranger to the sector. He retired in December 2018 as the Deputy Vice Chancellor Teaching and Learning at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. And he has a long-standing involvement with higher education in South Africa, having been part of the senior management of both the university and the Technicon for many, many years. And so besides serving as a director on a number of boards, he has also chaired the boards of the Cape Higher Education Consortium, the Cape Library Consortium, and the Committee of Deputy Vice Chancellors of former Technicons, but also chaired the Education Quality Council Institutional Audit Committee at University of Technology, and is a member of the executive board of the French South Africa Technology, as well as the board of trustees at the National Tertiary Retirement Fund, where he served as a member of the investment committee for the past 9 years. And so his wealth of experiences in higher education was beneficial to the required assessment. And so he carried out this investigation independently of the department, but also in terms of the provisions of the Higher Education Act. And as per established practice, only secretarial support was provided to the assessor. Both the 2018 and the current Independent Assessor Report are quite critical and should be used as a vehicle for changing Mangosuthu University of Technology. We see in them as highlighting a number of challenges that need to be addressed, but also certain realities, Chairperson, that needs to be responded to. And this will require, in our view, strong, dedicated leadership at both council and management level. And they further make sound recommendations on strategies and actions required to address the identified problems. And so, even though we acknowledge that complex problems are not resolved overnight, we want to stress that an assessor's recommendations must be taken seriously and so also consequently implemented accordingly. As the committee deliberates on the current Independent Assessor Report, Chairperson, I trust that we'll have frank and fruitful discussions, as is the nature of this committee, which are centered around the interests of the university, and that we shouldn't really fail the students at Mangosuthu University. So I'd like to invite, Chair, with your permission, our DDG University branch to lead with, I don't know if you'd allow that, to lead with a presentation on essentially what the department's view is, but also just to outline some of the recommendations coming out of the Independent Assessors Report. Chair, if you'd allow, if we can hand over to the DDG University branch.
Thank you very much, DM. Over to you, Ms. Sotikwa.
Good morning, Chair. I have challenges with the link, and I'm going to ask, with your permission, that Dr. Lewin uploads the presentation that we sent to you. Is that okay? Or would you want me to give you a shorter version of the presentation?
No, that's fine. Dr. Lewin, you may continue with flighting the presentation and you may take us through it. Of course, bearing in mind that members may have gone through the document as well.
All right, Chair. So then I will focus on really the pertinent issues. DM, thank you very much. And he has presented the overview around the issue of the university, Chair. I will start. Has Tandy managed to load? Let me just check on my side. Yes, thank you. So we will really present an overview. First, the outline around the background on the appointment of the independent assessor, the findings and the recommendations and actions taken by the minister. Next slide. So in terms of Section 45 of the Higher Education Act, 101 of 1997, and as amended, it provides that the minister may appoint an independent assessor under Section 44 if A, the council of a public higher education institution requests such appointment in writing, and B, 1, under circumstances arising at a public higher education institution that A, involve financial or other maladministration of a serious nature, or serious undermine the effective functioning of the public higher education institution, and the council of the public higher education institution has failed to resolve such circumstances. The circumstances contemplated in Section 42(4) arise, and the appointment is in the best interest of the public higher education institution concerned and in the interests of higher education in an open and democratic society. Thank you. Next slide. So as indicated by the DM, in April 2020, the council suspended its Vice Chancellor, Dr. Duma Malazar, and 2 other senior managers pending an investigation. A series of allegations were made by the VC relating to a hostile relationship between the executive management and the council, which apparently emanated from the interference of some council members, including the chairperson of council, in procurement processes. These developments prompted a series of correspondence from various university stakeholders within and outside the university, those who appeared to be on the side of Dr. Malazar, and on the other side, those who appeared to be on the side of council. Several council members resigned following these suspensions. Next slide. Come October 2020, the minister received the executive summary of the investigation report from the council, but also reports of serious concerns and misgivings regarding the investigation, which raised questions around the validity, reliability, and fairness of the report. The minister found himself receiving multiple allegations and counter-allegations, making it very difficult for him to determine where the fact or truth lies. The situation also appeared to have factionalized the university stakeholders, with some in support of the VC and again others in support of the council. The university has a history, and DM, I think, has clearly presented the profile of the university around governance problems, and at the center has been the alleged interference by council or certain members in the operations, leading to a strained relationship between management and council. This ultimately affects the administration of the university. This has been a recurrent situation at the MUT, which had allegedly led to breakdown between previous council and management. So this is a legacy issue that we are speaking to, Chair. There are also alleged reports of dissatisfaction of the council in the performance of the VC, particularly in relation to the management reports to council and its committees. It was therefore important to do analysis and understand the various allegations. Next slide, please. The developments continue to expose the university to potentially negative reputational risks, though council felt there was no instability caused. This necessitated the appointment of an independent assessor to conduct an investigation and establish the facts and advise on measures required to restore good governance and management in MUT. As per section 441, which provides that the minister may, from the independent assessment panel contemplated in section 43, appoint an assessor who is independent in relation to the public higher education institution concerned to conduct an investigation at the public higher education institution. As per section 44(1)(a), requires the minister must publish a notice in the appointment of the independent assessor in the Gazette as soon as possible. The minister, through Government Gazette number 674, notice 45062, August 2021, appointed Professor Anthony Stark, as alluded by DM. Next slide, please. The terms of reference for the assessor were as follows, Chair, and I will try and go through these very quickly. Various allegations made by the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Duma Malazar, in his correspondence to the department in March and April 2020, allegations of misconduct and mismanagement against the VC, circumstances and reasons for the suspension of the VC and the other senior managers in April 2020, the functioning, efficacy, and relationships between the governance and executive management structures and portfolios, the circumstances that led to the cash flow problems of the university, and any matters that, in the opinion of the assessor, and I wish to stress that, may impact on the effective functioning of the university from the analysis of problems relating to governance and management. Next slide. The Act makes provisions that guide the work of independent assessors. It has been standard practice in all assessments for the department to brief the independent assessors and administrators of the circumstances that would have led to the appointment. I do not want to go into too much discussion around this one, but safe to say that the independent assessor appointed Mr. Bulelani Mahlangu to pursue all matters relating to the investigation into the circumstances that led to the cash flow problems of the university. Next slide. I think we've covered section 4.7, and really the emphasis here is that ultimately the independent assessor had to be appointed within 90 days on the terms of reference specified, and conduct an investigation of the public higher education institution concerned, report in writing to the minister of the findings, suggest report appropriate measures, and provide reasons why the measures are needed. The independent assessor submitted the report to the minister within the stipulated time, and the report was subsequently approved by the minister and published in the Government Gazette on 25 March 2022. Next slide. So the findings of the report, Chair, and again here I will not go into too much detail, on the investigation into various allegations made by the Vice-Chancellor, Dr. Duma Malazar, and his correspondence to the department in March and April 2020, he found there is no evidence to suggest that either the VC or any of the suspended members of management or any members of council are involved in any corrupt activity. Next slide. Next, the investigation into various allegations made by the Vice-Chancellor, Dr. Duma Malazar, in his correspondence to the department in March and April 2020. There is, the assessor found there is little or no evidence to support the allegations made by the VC in the report he presented to council at the meeting on 29 April 2021. Next slide, please. Allegations of misconduct and mismanagement against the VC, and B, circumstances and reasons for the suspension of the VC and other senior managers in April 2020. The assessor found the process of suspending the VC and other senior managers was not conducted in a fair and transparent manner. And just to delve down a little into this, Chair, the assessor found that new allegations were made for the first time by the chair without giving the VC an opportunity to respond to these allegations. And secondly, that Dr. Mabazo and Dr. Kumalo, who were suspended with the VC, were linked to the allegations of bribery. No evidence was presented to support this allegation. They were suspended, according to the assessor, without any indication of what the specific allegations against them refer to, without any evidence being presented, and without giving them an opportunity to respond to these allegations. Next slide, please. Allegations of misconduct and mismanagement against the VC, circumstances and reasons for the suspension of the VC and other senior managers, April 2020. The assessor continues, the assessor states, the decision to suspend the officials was taken in the heat of the moment without due consideration of the broader implications of suspending senior officials. The impartiality of certain members of council was also called into question. Alternative dispute resolution mechanisms should have been considered in dealing with the conflict. A similar argument prevailed over the decision to extend the suspension once the findings and recommendations of the SNG report were presented to Council. The findings and recommendations of the report were not discussed with the person suspended, and they were not given an opportunity to respond. In almost all instances, the suspended officials were able to either produce evidence to counter the findings or provide explanations which could be considered as credible. The process to suspend the officials came at a huge cost to the institution, and not only in terms of financial loss, but also in terms of reputational damage, which has a major impact on the ability to attract students, staff, and funding. It further weakened the capacity at senior management level, where a number of critical positions were already vacant. Next slide. On the functioning, efficacy, and relationships between governance and executive management structures and portfolios, the assessor found the following. The trust relationships between the VC and Council Chair should have been managed in a much better manner. And if sufficient attention had been given to the matter, much of the conflict that arose subsequently could have been avoided. Many instances arose where there was contestation on what constitutes Council overreach and on the level and quality of reporting from management. The assessor states the conflict could have been based on misunderstanding between the two parties, but there does not appear to have been any effort from both parties to find common ground. Communication between the two parties remained poor. The tensions were no doubt fueled by rumors and misperceptions of each other's motives, which were largely unsubstantiated. There is no evidence to suggest that relationship between the chair and VC had been supported in the past or involved mutual respect. Instead, it had been hierarchical and adversarial. On the issue of investigating any matters that, in the opinion of the assessor, may impact on the effective functioning of the university, from the analysis of problems relating to the governance and management, the assessor found the problems of MUT are systemic and have their roots in the prevailing culture at the institution. It is a culture characterized by deep divisions among staff. It is also characterized by fear, victimization, and poor work ethic. The assessor found it incomprehensible that the quality of reports submitted to Council can remain an issue for such an extended period of time. While the VC is accountable, he cannot be expected to draft these reports himself. They are produced in the line, thus calling into question the work ethic and performance culture in the university. The assessor found evidence of a culture of self-enrichment from the outcomes of the investigation into part-time classes and a number of other irregular activities flagged as areas of concern in the report of the financial expert. The large number of senior officials serving in an acting capacity has had an adverse effect on the stability as well as the morale of staff and the culture at the institution. While concrete steps have been taken to improve the academic culture of the institution, more can still be done to ensure that the academic project receives the prominence that it warrants. The assessor states, for instance, the report observed that the Senate agenda appears to be overcrowded with academic administration matters. And that is very unusual, Chair. And that the Council agenda does not provide for a standing report from Senate. The Council meetings were also found to be according to the assessor, unbelievably long. While good progress, according to the assessor, has been made in implementing the recommendations of the previous Independent Assessors Report, that is the report of 2018, two areas, namely the creation of an alternative dispute resolution mechanism or ombudsman, and the strengthening of the registrar's office were neglected, which could have provided important interventions to help avert the current crisis. On the issue to investigate circumstances that led to the cash flow problems of the university, the assessor found that given that 73% of students at MUT are funded by NSFAS, the cash flow situation at MUT is largely dependent on the timeliest receipt of funding from NSFAS. If MUT robustly pursues the 105 million owed to it by NSFAS, and which flows from the previous financial year, and receives it within this year, it is unlikely to experience a cash flow problem. The assessor further states, MUT has not taken advantage of what can be referred to as low-hanging fruit, in the sense that the excess funds that have been invested in instruments that pay much less than the current going market rates. In some instances, the differential is as much as 2 to 3%. Investigate the circumstance that led to the cash flow problems of the university. In terms of long-term planning, the university does not have a financial sustainability plan to help it reduce over-reliance on NSFAS and government. 2, according to management, the process of developing a turnaround plan has already started, and this will be presented to council in its meeting December 2021. Based on the findings of the auditors and various forensic investigations, there are serious allegations with supply chain management and contract management. While there has been a focus on dealing with irregular expenditure, much more still needs to be done. The overall impression is that the control environment in certain areas is substantially weak. So the recommendations of the report are as follows, Chair. 1, a concerted effort should be made to transform the culture of the university. There's a dire need to create a culture where the free expression of ideas and critical debate are encouraged, and where concerns can be raised and criticism leveled without fear of reprisal. A culture which is enabling and aligns with the values of the institution. Staff need to engage in discussions around the vision, the mission, and the strategic plan, and the academic plan. Identity documents of the university to ensure that there is sufficient buy-in. Staff needs to understand what it is to act in the best interest of the university and need to commit to moving in that direction. Priority needs to be given to conduct a culture survey among staff to serve as a barometer on institutional culture, and was recommended by the previous report, in fact. This must be followed on by appropriate measures to address the issues that emerged from the survey. The university must prioritize the permanent appointment of staff into the vacant positions, and accountability mechanisms in a form of a performance management system must be put in place. Appropriate interventions to improve the academic culture at MUT also need to be considered, such as delegations of functions by Senate to the EXCO and restructuring its agenda to make space for debates on strategic and conceptual issues central to the academic project, and for council agenda to feature a Senate report. Lastly, further audits and investigations should be undertaken in areas where systems are being abused. Measures need to be put in place to ensure that the trust relationship between the VC and the chair of council is properly managed and nurtured. These measures may include clarity to be sought and agreement reached on the role of EXCO and on what activities constitute council overreach, agreement on protocols governing communication between VC and chair, establishment of the office of an ombudsman or some alternative dispute resolution mechanism, and strengthening the office of the registrar, which has an essential role to play in advising on governance and compliance. The suspension of the Vice Chancellor and the other two senior officials must be lifted. The assessor, however, cautions against the Vice Chancellor returning to the university, as the chronicle of events have alienated him from the executive team and probably certain members of council. Without the full support of council and his executive management team, the pressing challenge of transforming the culture of the institution may be insurmountable. Placing the institution under administration yet again may not be the solution to the immediate problems. The chair should consider stepping down in the best interest of the university, as he is not best positioned to steer council in the direction that would help nurture and restore a relationship of trust with the VC and provide the management with the necessary support it requires. The multidisciplinary task team, as proposed by the minister, must be implemented without delay to assist management in setting targets for improvement for the next 5 years, and that measures be put in place to hold management accountable for delivery. It is further recommended that one of these targets should relate to the establishment of partnerships with other universities of technology through the Technological Higher Education Network South Africa, in short, TENSA. Relating to the financial analysis, it is recommended that 1, MUT should change its approach in dealing with NSFAS, as well as its investment approach, and make use of external expertise where necessary. 2, management should prepare regular and reliable cash flow projections and develop a comprehensive financial sustainability plan. 3, further investigations are recommended to determine the full nature and extent of control weaknesses identified in different investigations or audits. Specifically, independent and comprehensive investigations be conducted into the following areas: secondary contracts and part-time lecturing, especially evening classes, student residence leases and related expenditures such as transport costs, payroll integrity, the HR database with a focus on possible ghost employees, and capital projects with emphasis on tenders issued from May 2020. So the actions taken, honorable members, by the minister thus far are as follows. The Act requires, in terms of section 47(2) of the Act, that the minister must, within 90 days of receiving the report, provide a copy of the report to the council concerned, table the report before the National Assembly, and publish such report in the Gazette. As already indicated, the report was published. The report was also tabled before the National Assembly, and as per the Act, the minister also shared the report with the MUT Council and requested the council to respond to the findings and recommendations. The council has submitted its response to the minister, and the responses are currently under consideration. And it is acknowledged that the matter has been long drawn out, and the council, we are informed, reached a mutual agreement with Dr. Malazar, January 2022, and recently on 8 April 2022 with the other two officials, namely Dr. Jerome Mabazo, now former Director Audit and Risk and Compliance, and Mr. Muzi Kumalo, now former Senior Director Operations. It's important for me to stress, Chair, that we have not had sight of the mutual separation agreement between the stipulated staff. Nonetheless, the Minister is considering the response of the Council and contemplating on the actions to take within the prescripts of the Act. I thank you, Chair, and this is where I will end. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sotrikwa. I'd like to then believe, DM, I don't know if there's anything else you'd like to say, considering that you're going to be leaving at 10 o'clock. Okay, all right, I'll leave it at that then. That's the presentation from the Ministry and the department. We'll now move over to the Council of Mangosuthu University of Technology, together with management. So of course, this part would be led by the Chair of Council. Would now hand over to Mr. Morailane to make the presentation on behalf of the institution. Can I have an indication if colleagues are preparing to project?
Thank you, Chairperson of the Committee, Honorable Mkachwa, for giving us this opportunity to address you and your esteemed committee. My name is Morailane, and I'm the incumbent Chairperson of Council of MUT. I've been Chairperson of this Council from September 2017, and my tenure comes to an end in November 2022, when my term as a member of Council comes to an end. I'm not alone to face this august body. I come along with the EXCO of Council, including the Vice Chancellor, and supported by some members of the Executive Management. I am with Mr. Upakhalani, who's the Deputy Chairperson of Council, Mr. Sandile Dlamini, who's the Chairperson of the Finance and Investment Committee, Mrs. Ntokozo Mlaba, who's the Chairperson of the Audit, Risk and Compliance Committee, Mr. Tammy Tony, who's the Chairperson of the Planning and Resources Committee, Tulubeke Zwane, who's the Chairperson of the Human Resources Committee of Council, Mesa Nelisiwe Mnyandu, who's the Chairperson of the Students Affairs Committee of Council. On the side of management, I'm with the Vice Chancellor, Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Marcus Ramukhale, assisted by the Acting DVC Teaching and Learning, Dr. Manyani Makua. Also the colleague Acting DVC Resources and Planning, Dr. Johan van Koller, the Acting Registrar, Dr. Pumzile Marsala, our CFO, Mr. Rodney Delmani, our Senior Director, Legal Services, Ms. Fozia Madi, our Senior Director, Human Resources and Development, Mr. Babu Prijlal, and our Acting Senior Director, Operations, Mr. Mpokau. We have to express our gratitude to the Chairperson and members of the committee for having been invited to this meeting. On behalf of the University Council and the broader MUT community, thank you. We notice that it is some form of protocol to acknowledge the Minister and Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, and we thank them if they are here. I know that the Minister is here. Thank you, Minister, for being here. We also acknowledge the presence of our colleagues from the Department of Higher Education and Training. We also acknowledge that some MUT stakeholders are here to give their perspective on the state of affairs of the institution. We too are keen on this and wish them well in this. It is our hope that this meeting will be value-adding and not detract from your important work and time as public representatives. The presentation we have prepared is in line with the letter of invitation we received from the chairperson of the committee. In our letter to the chairperson of the committee dated August 27th, 2021, where we were congratulating her on her appointment as chairperson of the committee, I stated the following, and I quote, "We take this opportunity to remind the chairperson of an undertaking the committee made at our meeting on February 12, 2021, to visit our campus in Umlazi. I'm sure this visit will still happen as soon as you settle in and travel restrictions under the management of COVID-19 pandemic are further relaxed. This visit is still outstanding. Had it happened, we would be in a better position to present a more detailed and pointed answers at a follow-up meeting as predetermined issues that is identified and on agreed prior. It therefore means that if we don't meet your expectations, please note then that we were not aware of these expectations as none were communicated to us. Notwithstanding, and over and above the issues stated as of interest in the letter of invitation, we've taken time to try identify issues from the last encounter and presentation of February 12, 2021, that could be the ones the committee is expecting to be provided with update in line with the stated request that, and I quote, "The follow-up meeting has been convened to have further engagement with the university in light of the concerns the committee had on the institution's state of management and governance." One of the issues we were requested to prepare on was an action plan to implement the recommendations of the Independent Assessors Report into the affairs of MUT. The action plan we will be giving to the committee was agreed at a council meeting held on March 16th, 2022. This plan, which formed part of our invited response to the minister on the report of the independent assessor, was sent to the minister on April 7th, 2022. We have noted that DHET was invited to make a presentation on the report. They've just done that before our engagement with them and the minister on the same report. It is our hope that this sequencing will not cause challenges as we deal with the report. Indeed, there are a few things that have already been said that are going to be contentious. At the meeting of the committee and a sister university in the last few weeks, the chairperson stated that contrary to popular belief, the committee is a considerate and understanding committee. It is our hope that our engagement today will be held in this spirit and will be guided where we may be straying in a manner or a manners that may raise the ire of the committee and its members. Different members of our delegation will present separate sections on what we were requested to prepare. I will appeal to them to go through their sections as quick as possible so as to provide the committee with sufficient time to engage the issues. If it is okay with you, Chairperson, may I then ask Mr. Opakhalani to take the committee on the section allocated to him. He will be followed by the rest as per our allocation of the task and in line with the letter of invitation. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, VC. Can the next colleague come in, please?
Oh, thank you very much, Chair Murelani. Good morning, colleagues. Honorable Chair, Mem Kanchwa, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister of Higher Education and Training in absentia, Deputy Minister, Butimanamela, DG of University Branch, and DDG of University Branch, members of DHET, stakeholders of MUT, present, all protocols observed. Chair, I don't know if the slides should be presented to all members because I don't see it on the screen. So I don't know if I should proceed to present even though the slide is not on the screen. You'll indulge me, Chair, on that one.
No, let's wait for the slides. Just 1 second. I see someone is attempting to, I'm trusting these are one of your colleagues who are presenting, who are projecting the slide.
Yeah, it's the register, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah. No, thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm going to present, I think, on 2 or 3 slides and give it to other colleagues to also do their part. And the first slide, Chair, is around the issue of the stepping aside of the chairperson of council following the VC's allegation against him. So there was an undertaking made by the chair voluntarily to step aside so that the investigation can take over regarding the allegations that was labeled against him. And Chair, after the investigation by SNG was conducted, the report came out that those allegations that were leveled against the chairperson will not be substantiated. And therefore, the report exonerated the chairperson of council, whom then led to his re-election by council in December 2020 for a final term that is ending in October 2022. The second issue, Chair, is on the suspension of the VC, the then VC, Dr. Malazar, the Director Audit and Risk, Dr. I forgot his name, but also the Senior Director Operation. And charges were preferred against the 3 officials based on the SNG Thornton's report. And after the disciplinary process, Chair, that dragged over 12 months, the university reached a mutual non-disclosure separation agreement with the 3 suspended officials after they have approached the institution regarding that. And thereafter, there was a negotiation which took place and the terms were accepted by all parties and all parties agreed and signed. And as we speak, those 3 officials are no longer staff members of Mangosuthu University of Technology. Next slide, please. Then the other issue, Chair, is which we have been requested to respond on, is the inability to attract and retain staff members with high-level skills in key areas of procurement, HR, and operation. And the university in that regard, Chair, approached the DHET for assistance in those operational areas. And DHET has agreed to offer us assistance to these critical areas through a service of a multidisciplinary tax team. And also, MUT has suggested names to that effect to DHET of persons who could be members of the MDTT we are waiting a chair for DHET approval on these names. The other issue is that Council has approved a new organizational structure, including positions that will be filled in due course. And this structure gives us an opportunity, Chair, to attract skills and knowledgeable personnel that are going to assist MUT in addressing issues and challenges that have been highlighted in the report. And Chair, we already appointed an HRD, a senior director in November 2021. And Council has already approved in its meeting, which was last week, 12 May, the appointment of the new DVC Research, Innovation and Engagement. We have also approved the appointment of the Executive Director, Institutional Advancement, and we also approved the appointment of the Registrar. And as we speak, management is underway in terms of preparing offers and engagement to secure those individuals that are appointed. The last issue, Chair, on my part, speaks to the lack of reserves. Chair, we have engaged on a numerous exercise in terms of coming up with a turnaround strategy to make sure that we take out the university's financial affairs from the red into a blue light, so that the university can be a going concern going forward. And as we speak, there are a turnaround projects and strategies that the university is embarking on to make sure that we turn around the financial affairs of the university. And there are such activities that management is engaging on, just to be reported to Council on quarterly basis in terms of how far are we, as well as the cash flow projection management is being reported to Council in that regard. I think my presentation ends here. Thank you.
Greetings, Honorable Chair, Kachwa, and greetings to the Office of the Minister led by the DM, and greetings to MUT, Council, and members. My name is Tulubeke Zwane, the Chairperson of Human Resource. I shall present at least 2 slides on the issues of human resource under the leadership of the Council. Thank you, Mr. Malazar. Thank you, Dr. Kumzil. The first slide is the progress in filling the post of the VC and the principal. Mangosuthu's VC and the principal's position became vacant on the 1st of February when the former VC exited the university. Then the Council on the 7th of April 2022, the Council approved the filling of the position of the VC and the principal. Hence, the Council then tasked the task team. The task team to appoint the Council was appointed, and to make sure that they oversee the drafting of the guidelines of the guideline document for the position of the VC. The task team had to develop a separate guideline for the recruitment of the new VC, since the current guideline is outdated and the guideline document is being prepared as we are here. And the Council also agreed that the recruitment process will commence after the Council had approved the guideline document. It is also envisaged that the recruitment process will be completed by the end of September 2022. Currently, the university is under the leadership of the acting DVC Teaching and Learning, who is acting as the VC. And the next slide is on the termination of Dr. Malazar's tenure as the VC. the University Council received an approach from Dr. Malazar for a possible settlement, which the council deliberated on the terms as it was proposed and gave a go-ahead for the negotiations. After the negotiations, the conclusion was that the mutual non-disclosure separation agreement was reached between Dr. Malazar and the university. The terms were agreeable in both parties, that is the university and Dr. Malazar. As a result, Dr. Malazar left the employment of university on the 31st of January, 2022. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee, and good morning also to the Deputy Minister and officials from the department. I am Professor Marcus Ramokhali, the Acting Vice Chancellor. I'm going to be talking about the progress to fill the vacant senior management posts that we currently have at the university. We currently have 5 senior management posts that are vacant, and the filling of the following positions was approved by Council at its meeting of 12 May 22. This happened last week. We have received approval to fill the position of Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Engagement, the Registrar, and the Executive Director, Institutional Advancement. As the Deputy Chair indicated earlier, we're busy preparing letters of appointment for the successful candidates. The recruitment process for the position of DVC Resources and Planning is still underway. We hope that this process will be concluded pretty soon. We have another vacant position, the position of Senior Director in the VC's office. This position will be filled once the VC has been appointed. The reason why we are not going to fill this position now, it is simply because the Senior Director in the VC's office will be working very closely with the VC, and we feel that whoever is appointed as VC must be involved in the appointment of that person. Then I'm going to now address the issues of consequence management, which we've been asked to report on. This is consequence management implemented against the employees of the university implicated in the various forensic reports. I'm going to start with a report by KPMG. We had an investigation into the matter of ghost employees in 2020, and KPMG implicated a payroll accountant in the finance department as a person who was involved in this. And after this report had been released, and when the university was preparing charges against the staff member, the staff member then resigned. And the only option then left to the university was to report the matter to the South African police. A case was opened on the 3rd of August 2020. The university then withheld the staff member's pension But the staff member then approached the pension funds ombudsman, and there was an order for the pension to be released. So we are currently only waiting for the police processes the criminal case. And the challenge that we have with this matter is that the police processes are very slow, but a case has been opened. In the Independent Assessors Report of 2021, Professor Stark's report, he has also recommended that we should conduct further investigations in respect of other possible ghost employees, and we will be doing that. I'll now go to the SNG Thornton report. The report has implicated 7 staff members in various acts of wrongdoing. Now, due to capacity and financial constraints, the university prioritized the disciplinary process against the former VC, the former Senior Director Operations, and former Director Audit and Risk. As already reported, the staff members were charged and appeared before a disciplinary inquiry that went on for over 12 months. And as we speak now, they've left the institution after signing a non-disclosure mutual separation agreement. We are now focusing on the other 4 staff members implicated in the report. And we have already asked our university lawyer to advise us on possible charges. So this is where we are in terms of the consequence management emanating from the 2 forensic reports. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I will proceed with the rest of the report. My name is Phumzile Masala. I am the acting registrar. I will go through the response to the recommendations of the independent assessor. Here we're referring to the latest independent assessment. That is the one that was conducted by Prof. Anthony Stark. Now, the council has provided a comprehensive response to the minister on Prof. Stark's report. The council is awaiting an engagement with the minister on how to carry the recommendations forward. It is noteworthy to note that Prof. Pichana's earlier report had made 2 recommendations, and Prof. Stark has indicated that these were not adequately addressed. These relate to the alternative dispute resolution mechanism, and the council will look at alternative dispute resolution mechanisms as a means of achieving harmony in matters of dispute. Regarding the strengthening of the office of the registrar, the council is happy to announce that it has made various senior appointments in the office already, and that it has also recently appointed a registrar. It is also believed that this office can benefit from engagement with the multidisciplinary task team, which was recommended by the minister and re-emphasized by Prof. Stark. So we're looking forward to the office of the registrar being assisted in that regard. The next slide will present council's response on the main recommendations of Prof. Stark, which had been updated on by the department. So we'll look at those. There are about 10 recommendations from Prof. Stark's report, and we are dealing with a council's response in the following slides. The first one said a concerted effort should be made to transform the culture of the university. The council will consider creating a social and ethics committee to strengthen institutional culture. Furthermore, institutional culture will also be addressed through a culture survey and change management programs.
And the discussions on the governance model, which Council will undertake in the Council workshop on governance and management challenges, that is Lekgotla 2, which is planned for early June, will form the basis for embedding culture change in the governance processes of the university. The second recommendation indicated that measures needed to put in place to ensure that the trust relationship between the VC and the Chair of Council is properly managed and nurtured. Council resolved to consider developing a target operating model, TOM, which is an instrument which deals with relationships amongst various offices. This will entail governance elements. Again, the Council will put measures in place to ensure a strong relationship between the offices of the VC, the Registrar, and the Chairperson of Council, the so-called Troika. The Council shall have discussions in its Lekgotla scheduled in early June on the model of governance that will strengthen the relationship between the three offices. So at the Lekgotla that will be held in early June, these matters will receive consideration, and a concrete plan will then be developed. On the suspension of the Vice Chancellor and the other two senior officials that they be lifted, Council response there is that the matter no longer arises as the mentioned officials have left the university. On the recommendation of the multidisciplinary task team as proposed by the Minister that it be implemented without delay, the university has already submitted proposed names for the mooted MTT. So Council is in support of this. There's a recommendation that MUT management needs to change its approach to dealing with NSFAS. Management needs to be proactive and timelessly engage NSFAS without regarding any outstanding balances. The response here is that the university continues to engage with NSFAS on a cordial basis. If the problem of NSFAS not paying universities what is due to them timelessly is resolved, the university will find itself in a better financial position. There was a recommendation that MUT needs to change its investment approach and make use of external expertise when necessary. Here, we indicated that the university did not have a policy. Fortunately, the investment policy was approved by Council in June 2021 and addresses the issues raised by the independent assessor as the policy gets implemented. The next recommendation indicated that management must prepare regular and reliable cash flow projections. This does not appear possible without augmenting the finances. The Council response says that the investor will look into using the full functionality of its finance system, which has the capacity to produce the required cash flow projections. In other words, there is acknowledgement that the investor has not been using the full functionality of its system. So measures will be put in place to ensure that that happens. The next recommendation relates to a financial sustainability that is critical and should be comprehensive. Our recommendations in this regard underpin the philosophy that it should not only address aspects of its income and balance sheet, but also the support system in the form of human resources, infrastructure, governance, and leadership. As already reported, the university is developing a turnaround strategy. The university has engaged the services of a financial turnaround project manager who will be a resource person in the development of the university's turnaround strategy. The last two recommendations have to do with control weaknesses that were identified in different investigations or audits, which seem to indicate far larger problems. In our view, further investigations will be necessary to determine the full nature and extent of these weaknesses. The Council response here is that the Council has taken steps to tighten controls in these areas through approving the supply chain management policy, also by monitoring, by having monitoring quarterly reports on contract management, the procurement plan, and the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful and unauthorized expenditure. And these activities are already taking place. These are monitored through the Finance and Investment Committee and the Audit, Risk and Compliance Committee of Council. Again, allegations of irregularities may be reported anonymously to a dedicated hotline. Upon receipt of allegations, the Anti-Fraud Working Group, which is a management committee chaired by the VC, determines which allocations merit investigation. Outcomes of all investigations are then reported to the Audit and Risk Committee of Council. Where necessary, consequence management is effected. The last recommendation is where Prof. Stark recommended that given the complexities and the nature of the issues at MT and our high-level control environment assessment, we recommend that independent and comprehensive investigations be conducted into the following areas. These have already been reported on, so I will not mention them. As per above, in some areas, investigations had already commenced. The Council has asked the Vice Chancellor to complete investigations into all the areas mentioned in Prof. Stark's report. Thank you. The next part will be dealt with by Dr. Makua. Dr. Makua, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Masala, and good morning to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. I'll be focusing mainly on issues that deal with teaching and learning. And these are the points that we would like the committee and everyone in attendance to note, that in 2022, we've experienced commendable stability on campus as the academic year began. And we note that we're the only university in KZN that didn't experience student unrest during the registration period. And would also like to proudly note that for the first time, our university SRC is led by majority females. We just thought that that's worth noting and commending as well. Our enrollment numbers are on track. Currently, we have 13,100 headcounts against a target of 13,524. And worth noting as well is that the accreditation of programs by the HEQC is on course and ongoing as our different departments continue to develop new programs. In the 2021 academic year, we had 8 qualifications which were accredited by the HEQC. And there were further accreditations as well by the professional bodies that are in charge of programs in engineering and some in natural sciences. 2 qualifications were approved by the HPCSA in 2021, and 3 were approved by EXA in the Faculty of Engineering. And these are the programs that I've been referring to. Engineering is the Advanced Diploma in Mechanical Engineering. And in Management Sciences, it's an Advanced Diploma in Accounting, Postgrad Diploma in Marketing. And you have more programs in the Faculty of Natural Sciences, Advanced Diploma in ICT, Advanced Diploma in Chemistry, Advanced Diploma in Agriculture, a Bachelor of Environmental Health, and Bachelor of Health Sciences in Biomedical Sciences. This is proof, ladies and gentlemen, that the academic project is on course and is not as unstable as some would have suggested it is. These are professional body accreditations of our programs. In 2021, the Bachelor of Science of Health Sciences in Biomedical Sciences, and then Bachelor of Environmental Health. And these are the programs which are accredited in engineering by EXA, Diploma in Chemical Engineering, Diploma in Electrical Engineering, Advanced Diploma in Chemical Engineering. So overall, our student academic performance has been consistent with trends pre the COVID period, as you will see later in the table that I will show. Our academic year was completed in February 2022. You will know that we've been having challenges, and consistent with the sector, different academic programs were completed at different times across the entire sector. So our exams were written in November 2021, November, December, and others were written in 2022. And we were able to start the new academic year in time, although we had a few challenges with some late registrations here and there. The delivery of modules have been in hybrid format, using what we call the platoon system across all programs, and this proved very effective to manage the use of facilities on campus by students and staff at different times. The following table will illustrate the academic performance of the institution. As you will notice, can it come up, please? So this table reflects our success rates and pass rates in the two academic years, namely 2020 and 2021. You will see that the trend is very consistent and hasn't really been affected negatively, in spite of the many challenges that we've been having. The audited figures for 2021 are not yet available and can be made available as soon as we have completed this. So overall, our academic project is on course, and we don't see any material challenges that can warrant any concern. The research performance of the institution has also been improving from a low base in recent years. Our publication units for 2020 were 105.47 compared with 46.20 in 2019. So this is a remarkable improvement, but obviously we still hope to encourage more research in our different departments and faculties. And we're hoping that the appointment of the DVC Research and Innovation will put steam into this commitment. And in 2021, Honorable Chair, MUT received the NRF's Acceleration Award. They call it Acceleration derived from Excellence and Acceleration for the 2020-2021 academic year, an achievement which we duly celebrated as an institution. The award acknowledges the South African research institution achieving the most improved research performance over recent years, as evaluated by independent parties and measured against a selection of critical indicators. And this is what we were able to achieve, and we were given that award last year. Thank you very much. Over to the next presenter, Mr. Telomane. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Makoa. Good morning, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee and members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister and officials from the Minister's Office, members of DHET, Chair of Council and members of Council, the Vice Chancellor of MUT and colleagues and MUT stakeholders. My name is Rodney Delomani, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer at MUT. And I will be going through an update on NASFA's allowances relating to 2022 and 2021. In summary, the NASFA's disbursement model has changed, and since last year, NASFA's no longer makes any upfront payments to universities. NASFA's disbursements done in April every year now, depending on their receipt of funds from National Treasury, which they are dependent on. And after receiving such funds, NASFA then disburses those funds to institutions. In respect of MUT, the first disbursement that was received from NASFA's for the 2022 academic year was received on the 9th of April, and that was in the sum of 215 million rand. Very briefly, in terms of NSFAS funding and the funding plan for the year ahead, NSFAS is now dispersing funds on a quarterly basis, as illustrated in the table in front of you, and those disbursement dates cover particular months. As I've mentioned, we've received the disbursement in April, and the following 3 disbursements are in those 3 quarters. In terms of MUT's disbursement process, MUT normally pays allowances by the 4th of every month. In 2022, MUT was able to use its own resources at the beginning of the year to fund a portion of student allowances without waiting for the first disbursement from NSFAS, as that disbursement only came through subsequent to the 4th. And as I mentioned, it came through on the 9th. Currently, there are no outstanding allowances due to students in respect of both the 2021 and 2022 academic year in respect of confirmed funded students. All allowance payments are up to date based on the funded list from NSFAS. At the beginning of 2022, we had agreed with the SRC that in view of the fact of only receiving the NSFAS funding subsequent to our normal payment date, we would pay 70% of those allowances in terms of learning material and living allowances to students, so as to give them some reprieve and in order for them to sustain themselves at the commencement of the academic year and not to delay the commencement of lectures and so forth, and that we were able to successfully do. And further agreed that the balance of the 30% would be paid to students upon receiving the first tranche from NSFAS, which was received in April 9th, and shortly after that, the 30% was paid to students. So we were successfully able to manage the disbursement process in terms of allowances during that time when NSFAS was still paying or going to pay the university. The table in front of you just shows a very quick summary of the allowances paid and the students funded. So you will note in 2021, there were just over 11,000 students that were paid, broken down into the various types of allowances, being your learning materials, your living allowances, transport allowances, and support equipment for students with disabilities, with a total of 218 million rand paid. And 2022 thus far, we have paid 9,541 students with learning materials and living allowances to the total value of 82.7 million rand. Thank you. There was a short presentation from me.
Thank you very much, colleagues. The presentation says there are closing remarks from the Chair of Council. So is he going to close?
Thank you, Chairperson. I thought this was the closing at the end of the session, not now.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
So
Thank you very much to colleagues from Mangosuthu University of Technology, Management and Council. Can I now request that the SRC led by Ms. Ndlovu makes their presentation?
Greetings, Chair, Council members, management of MUT. I am Mangosuthu. I'm the Secretary General of the SRC.
Sorry, there's an echo of some sort coming in from your side. If you can work on that, please.
Is it better, Chair?
Okay, continue a bit.
No, thank you very much, Chair. As I said, I am Mangosuthu, the SRC Secretary General, with the SRC President, represented from. No, I was.
Sorry, colleagues, you do have a presentation. Will you be projecting your presentation?
No, not I won't be projecting because mine is very simple and straightforward, so I won't be projecting. Just highlight a few points, then the president will wrap.
Okay, that's a bit, in terms of how we do things in the committee, colleagues, yourself as the SRC, had sent us a presentation, which is a 3-slide presentation. So I'd like to understand why you then would not project your presentation. Because you have sent us a presentation.
Can I share the screen? I'm not sure whether is it visible.
Yes, we can see it. Maybe you can start at the beginning and then just put it in projection mode. And then also, if you don't mind, if you can open your camera for 2 seconds. If you have network challenges, we'll understand. Maybe later on in the session, you can open your camera just so that we see who we are engaging with. But you may continue.
Thank you, Chair. Ours is very simple and straightforward. As we are showing the student's perspective, Chair, we've seen there's some inconsistency in leadership of MIT because each and every leader has his or her own management tactics, leadership tactics that must be employed and must be implemented constantly. And under these situations or these circumstances in MUT, we've seen some inconsistency in leadership that shows delays to the progress of the MUT as each and every leader that gets to lead for the temporary time has their own leading techniques. There were some projects that were put on hold because of change in leadership. When the now former VC was appointed, that showed direction to the MUT populace. As in student eyes, there was a direction because there were projects that were seen were going to help or enhance students in MUT that were began. And after the VC has resigned, now it seems that there were more problems that began in MUT. I'll go straight to the problem of financial crisis because it's one of the major problems that we had in MUT. This year we had numerous students which were excluded due to their finances. We had very high financial exclusion in MUT this year because of the finances that the institution is currently under. We had problems with renovating the internal residences of which students are residing in, which has been long overdue because these cases were reportedly, if as far as I remember, almost each and every year, the cases of renovating for internal or university-owned residences has been there for years, but up to now, we have the very same problem. The financial crisis of MUT, I would say it's well known because it has been published to some newspapers, and that it was alleged that the institution, its own municipality, plus minus 7 million bill. Hence, we've seen that on campus because we recently had numerous water challenges where in internal residences we have the water shortage or no water for a month or two. Yes, there were provisions that were made by management, but that shows that if we had the direct, or if we had proper leadership or the responsible leadership in governing positions or in all those strategic positions, maybe they will have given their plan of action, because whenever a VC is appointed, him or her will normally have their point of action and all the things they want to achieve during their term. So that shows that currently there were financial problem, even updating of the system. We have a very unupdated system because students are normally exposed to these long queues when they can get something from their system. Things like academic records, completion letters, they have to go physical on institution to get little things like those ones. Whenever we request the updating of the system, it will go back to the financial crisis that we have in the institution. The issue of e-learning, since we are in COVID era, there's an issue of e-learning where students learn online or learn from their homes. But normally, the institution, I'd say they don't have enough budget to fund the whole process. That's where we have some students receiving data for e-learning and some students not receiving data for e-learning. And this year we've seen cut of classes. Normally in our institution there were evening classes, which will increase the intake of students. This year there were no evening classes due to the financial crisis. The lecturers that were supposed to teach evening classes, they won't be paid due to financial crisis. And there were these unending negotiations between the unions, workers' unions, and the management. They also have a negative impact of students' academic life, because students depend on these workers for their day-to-day operations. So, process of registration, as much as there was no mass demonstration, but we've had or we've been facing some difficulties because of these unending negotiations or this salary increment between the management and the union workers. We've experienced some go-slows where registration should have taken 3 to 4 weeks. It will take longer because of these unending negotiations. So what we've seen, there were measures that were taken by the current management, of which were good, and we applaud them. But we remain that if the proper or the new leadership will be placed into their relevant position as early as now, that will give direction to the institution, as we can check or benchmark the other institutions that have leadership, the direction that they are taking. Currently, it's far better the state that we are. So we are very much on this theme of pushing for a new leadership or appointing proper leadership, so that we can steer the institution into the correct and right direction. Thank you very much. I think the president will continue to go live.
Thank you very much. Can we check if the president is here? Okay, I see your mic has gone open. Is there anything else you'd like to add, President of the SRC? Okay, your mic is open, but we can't hear you on our side. Okay, we'll have to move on to the next stakeholder. I think the president is having challenges with her device. So I'd now like to hand over to the chairperson of the institutional forum.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you now. Okay, I'm going to have to move over to the institutional forum. Mr. Mtimkulu.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if I'm audible.
Yes, you are. If you can kindly open your camera for us for 2 seconds and close it when you're done.
Oh,
Not sure if you can hear me now.
Ms. Ndlovu, we're going to return to you at a later stage. We're now going to allow for the institutional forum to present. We will return to you at a later stage and once your network is stable. You may continue, Mr. Mtimkulu. Apologies for that.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just battling with allowing access to Zoom on the camera. I'm not sure what's happening. I keep on clicking, it's not working.
Okay, you may continue with your presentation. And can you project your slides, please? Or would you need assistance with that?
Yes, I'll need assistance from the Office of the Registrar of the institution.
Can we get confirmation that colleagues from the Registrar's Office are assisting the chair of the IF?
Chair, this is the acting registrar. No, I don't have access to that presentation, Chair, unfortunately.
Okay, can I check with the committee secretariat? Can you assist colleagues? Thanks so much, Anele. And can we ask that those who will present next, workers, I think we are left with colleagues from Nahau and Tenusa, if you can already begin to ensure that where you are, your camera works and you're able to open it. I know we didn't ask for every single member of management to open their camera. It just became a bit messy considering the fact that they were handing over from one to the other, and one should have indicated that at the start of the meeting, and I really want to apologize for that. And it must not come across as though we are selective on who we ask to open their cameras. It's just that because we don't know the colleagues that are presenting, it's for members and members, sorry, for members and members of the committee and also of citizens, right? It's important that they see who is presenting. For those of you who aren't aware, these engagements are streamed on various platforms, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, if I'm not mistaken. So we need to appreciate the fact that we're not meeting alone, but there are many South Africans who are tuned in, who are following these proceedings. And so please, can I request that we make sure we're prepared when we're due to present. You may continue, Mr. Mtimkulu.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for this opportunity, Chairperson. All protocol. Chair, I'm just going to shoot straight into the IF. IF had a meeting when it was given the invite, and were no clues as to in as far as the status quo of the university. So the presentation is based on purely the mandate of IF. It's not outside the scope of IF. So this presentation was based on the mandate of IF, but looking into areas which were touched in the invitation, which talk about governance, management, this, that, and the other. Just to the presentation. Now, that is why the introduction, Chair, will give you the purpose as to what is our role or mandate as IF. But first, we council on a city, they are this is a direct abstract from our statute. Now, if we can, someone that's helping me with the slides, maybe the next slide, right? So the first part is governance. We should be advising council, the chair, sometimes for IF to have teeth. We have felt for some time that we need to have representation in council in order to defend the position. At the moment, we advise council through a written submission, and we get through a written submission as well. Now, for us, it would have added more value if IF had a sitting council, whereby if IF had a position, then there would be somebody to defend the interest of IF, to give clarity, to make follow-ups and what have you, and subsequently maybe persuade council into a certain direction. But we don't have that opportunity because we're lacking opportunity at that level. Also, IF felt that there has been neutral amendment of IF powers stroke functions. In that one, IF deliberated on the fact that there would be a decision taken whether it's management or council level, whereby you now that, you know, in university proceedings, for an example, appointments, you are now having an observer status. And historically, IF has always been a full participating member in selection committees. They score candidates and so on and so forth. And now you'll be told that you are no longer scoring as IF. IF now is having an observer status. One, that's the first part. And two, lately, in terms of the new appointments, IF now is no longer given an opportunity in terms of assessing candidates as per our mandate, which is to advise on the appointment of amendment. What it does, a short list of people who have applied or applicants. Now, how is on the basis of do we this one in terms of our transformation agenda, this one in terms of PT, in terms of this, that, and the other, you know, is a suitable candidate. So our role was reduced to an entry kind of a level in as far as the recruitment process is concerned. You know, it will go through various stages up until the appointment decision is made. But before it goes to council, it goes to IF for it to make its recommendation to council on the appointment candidate. But it's not the case. So You are just given a short list. It's like a ticking box kind of an exercise. So hence, that is called the unilateral amendment of powers and functions. In the application of rules. As IF,
colleague, can I just verify if I'm the only one who's struggling with the chair's network?
No, Chair, even on my side, I can't hear.
All of us.
Chair, we're struggling with your network. You disappear from time to time.
Then I'm not sure. I don't have a button to touch, Chairperson. I only have to do mute, unmute on my side. But all you guys are audible. I can just hear the comments clearly.
Okay,
should I
continue.
proceed?
Let's proceed. Let's try. Let's continue to try.
Okay. Maybe you want me to repeat the second bullet, Chair, the unilateral amendment of IF powers?
You may do so.
Okay. IF was involved in the recruitment processes as full participating members of selection committees. They were scoring candidates who were being interviewed. I'm talking about IF as a structure. Now, IF is having an scoring. Hence, IF feels as if the powers have been unilaterally amended, because there was no submission that was given to IF. You guys or have powers to score candidates in an interview session. That has never happened to IF. And also, Chair, IF, in terms of its involvement with HR related processes. We mentioned the appointment as the first one, Chair, that am I audible, Chair?
We can hear you, Chair.
Oh, thank you. No, I'm getting SMSs, people saying they can't hear. Sorry about that, Chairperson. Also, Chair, with IF, when an appointment is made, IF at the end is given an opportunity to express its opinion upon the ability of that candidate at issues of equity in terms of the transformation agenda, etc. Now, what has happened now recently, is given a list who have applied for the job. People who have not even been interviewed and were expected to formulate an opinion. What opinion? What opinion can you give on the basis of people who have applied for a job? Historically, we make our opinion when a candidate has been appointed by a selection committee and it goes to IF. For IF to recommend it further to council with yes, appointing this candidate does help or assist the university in terms of fulfilling our transformation agenda, meeting our equity targets, etc. So if we give IF a list of 20 people who have applied, who have not even been interviewed, that's what the unilateral amendment of IF powers and functions referred to, Chair. And then the inconsistency in the application of rules. Chairperson, when, for an example, Dr. Malazar, as a former vice chancellor, or was in action, there will be rules through certain processes or policies that were created in an event there is a vacant post. There is something which is called an expression of interest. Now, this expression of interest, Chair, it's good at the university because it gives people an to go, and whilst the university is secure, people who will substantively fill the position. Now, but the problem, Chair, starts when for one position, there will be an expression. People will apply. For another position, there will be no expression. There will be an email. So-and-so has been appointed. And the expression is clear, you know, in terms of time frame, that probably maybe in 3 months or in 6 months, there needs to be a advertisement of that expression if they have not secured that position. But no, people will go acting, you know, for, you know, a year if they want, 2 years if they like, others 1 term, then re-expression, and so. So there is inconsistency in the application of our own rules. So that's a problem for us as IF. And on the last part, Chair, I think when they were making mention of council overstepping its mandate, colleagues have already touched on that, whereby, you know, council is expected to pitch at the level of governance. But when decisions, operational decisions have to be made, you know, you'll get answers like, why isn't this happening? No, we need to secure council buy-in or approval. You know, everything, cancel this, cancel that. And you feel, you don't know whether it's management using council vote, or is it's council itself overstepping its boundaries. So those are the issues that IF felt I need to present on, Chair. Can I move on to the next? Management, Chair, the decision-making processes, it becomes difficult, Chair, to secure a decision. Mangosuthu University of Technology, a critical, you cannot secure a chair because they are at the mercy of certain people. They can't stamp authority on things. They need to verify their decisions, because if they stamp authority on things and haven't verified their decisions, they are not sure what the future holds for them, whether the decision is right or wrong. So the decision-making processes, they might take a while at MUT to be secured. And then 2, management development program for management. It's merely referring to when line managers, for an example, Chair, are appointed. They are expected to manage people. Now, when they're expected to manage people, a manager who's managing people by virtue of his qualification being an HR department will manage employees better than an HOD from a civil engineering department who maybe has never undergone a crash course on employee relations, labor relations, for an example, who doesn't know the rights of employees, how to treat people, how to engage employees, and so on and so forth. So the problem that we've discovered as IF is that management must have a development kind of a program that is across the board for all managers to understand certain basics and principles in as far as how to deal with issues and employees. Chair. And also, lastly, Chair, the management buy-in and support in as far as meetings are concerned. Management, their buy-in is very important, because in a meeting, when somebody from management is invited and does not honor that meeting, people tend not to take the meeting seriously. But when they see, the lines of authority attending meetings and engaging and committing, it makes life easy, for us as a forum. Can I go to the next slide, Chair? Can I go to the next slide? Thank you. Organizational culture, Chair. The culture at MUT is that people are afraid to express their true feelings about things. Freedom of expression has got consequences at MUT. Hence, that culture needs to change, whereby if you have got different opinions with somebody, it does not necessarily mean that you're declaring a war or that you are enemies or you want to destroy that person. But it's just that this is how you view things. So colleagues across the board felt that, we need to raise this point. Remember, Chair, this is not my perception. This is what IF said I must present on their behalf. And then the transformation agenda, Chair, they say it does not exist in as far as at this moment, we are happy to report, Chair, that the acting Vice Chancellor has made progress in this space by appointing us a transformation champion who attends to IF meetings and issues. But in as far as an agenda that says, this is where we're going, this is where we are, these are the challenges, we have not seen something approved by either the VC or the chair or somewhere in as far as how do we move in that space. But we have been writing for the past 3 years, Chair, when the Vice Chancellor that's acting now, Prof. Ramokhale, came through, he made it possible within 2 months. So we are secured in that space, but we haven't reached a space whereby now we are, clear as to how we're going to move forward in that area. I have felt that I need to express that as well. Can I go to the next slide? Okay, the last slide, Chair, it was just the way forward in as far as the IF representation in council is concerned. They really felt that there needs to be somebody there to defend the interest and the views of IF at all times. And then also this kind of an intervention from DHET needs to now be some relationship that needs to be forged moving forward, whereby employees or not necessarily employees, Chair, but there should be maybe an intervention whereby you'll have a hotline where people feel that maybe there is something that they need to report that is not going according to how it's supposed to, they can directly have contact with a DHET without them being exposed, you know, or I think it was in that area, Chair. And then qualified personnel should be appointed in the right positions, Chair. I think that's one they were discussing this issue of we cannot afford, from our HR point of view, we appoint people, the people that we've appointed, when there is a mess, it is then now we do background checks to say, oh, this person left UKZT and he stole. Oh, this person did this in 2000 after this person has been in the institution for like 2 or more years, you know. So we really need to have qualified people to do due diligence, background checks before we do onboarding. And also prioritizing teaching and learning because it's core business. The forum felt that the university can spend hours, or council can spend hours, or EMCs or whatever, discussing issues outside of teaching and learning, which is core business, because we are all there for students. If we spend more hours not debating on procurement issues, on teaching and learning, then there might be that stability in that area. That was all that I was instructed to present on behalf of the institutional forum as its chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the chair of the institutional forum. I'd like to now hand over to workers. We'll start with Nahau. We must indicate that by way of this committee, what we usually request is that workers try to meet and present a consolidated representation of the views of workers. But we note that in this circumstance that colleagues were not able to do so, and that is of concern to us as a committee. However, noting the challenges at the institution, we had to provide leeway of some sort to allow for colleagues to present separately in order for us to gain an understanding of where workers in the institution, or to gain an understanding of the views of workers in the institution. But I thought I'd just indicate that. Having said that, I'd like to then request that Mr. Ellenson presents on behalf of Nahau.
Greeting to the committee, Honorable Mkachwa, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee, members of Portfolio Committee present, members of Council for MUT, members of Management for MUT, SRC for MUT. I will start with apologizing for not being able to project our presentation due to time constraint, but we'll make sure that at the end, we'll put them in a mode of projection and we'll send to the Secretary of the Portfolio. The National Union of Nahau would like to appreciate the kind invitation by your office to make consolidated presentation on the state of the affairs of the university. However, as a National Union Nahau, the majority union and in the university, we are of the view that it will be impossible to make joint or consolidated presentation with any other unions because of our differences, orientation, understanding, and the analysis of the state of affairs in the university. The union is capable in making its own presentation to this extreme portfolio committee. Further to that, the National Union is currently engaged on the broad consultation with its own members so that our presentation is formed by the thinking of the broader university context. Our consultation with our members informed by few independent reports backdate from 2008 by Dr. Vincent Mapai, 2018 by Professor Bani Pichana, and the recent one by Professor Anthony Stark. We are guided by each term of reference, investigation report, and its recommendation accordingly. We are frustrated on the delay by the management to make decisions. University processes are hampered by the undecisiveness of management to take decisions. There appears to be a situation where almost all decisions are reserved for council. This was a surprise because there are delegations of authorities. We are happy that the council approved the university structure, which was rescinded in March 2020. This was created a problem with our members and staff at large. Independent Assessor Report for 2018 highlighted that, I quote, the relationship between the executive management and council need to be restored. Further recommended that to start afresh with the new VC, serious consideration should be given to disbanding the current council with appropriate processes put in place or selecting the new council members in a manner that take account of the expertise needed in the council and exercise of due diligence. However, the council was not disbanded despite the recommendation. As the key stakeholder in the university, we are now witnessing serious governance issues in the university. Open quote. The leadership in the university is shared and has mutual accountability built in to ensure its effectiveness functioning. That means that trust, integrity, and the principle or the glue and the bind all elements of the university together, the governance, management, academic, and administration. Part of the problem has been that there is nobody authoritatively enough to monitor and enforce compliance of council except council itself. When council is in breach, there is no mechanism for self-correction, except perhaps by the heavy hands of the minister. The independent report further indicated that the office of the register is a critical key to the governance and the management in the institution. Our recommendation. We are recommending that, guided by the appropriate legislation, the Minister of Higher Education, Dr. Blake Nzimande, must intervene to bring stability in the governance of the university. His intervention must be along the line of the recommendation by the assessor. Instruct management to speed up the processes of appointing executive, including register. In conclusion, in other words, the trade union in the present epoch cannot simply be the organ of a democracy as they were in the epoch of free capitalism, and they cannot any longer remain politically neutral. That is, limit themselves to serving the daily needs of the working class. They cannot any longer be anarchistic, i.e., ignore the decisive influence of the state in life of peoples and classes. They can no longer be reformist because objective conditions leave no room for any serious and lasting reform. The trade union of our time can either serve a secondary instrument of imperialism capitalism for the subordination and disciplining of workers and for obstructing the revolution, or on the contrary, the trade union can become the instrument of the revolutionary movement or proletariat by Leon Trotsky. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues from Nahal. Can I then check for colleagues from Tenusa?
Honorable Chair, good morning and thank you. May I please request that my presentation be flighted? I had submitted it. Thank you.
Hello, are you British Airways? No, I'm not. So wait, I'll get British Airways to Cape Town. Thank you.
Apologies for that. Colleagues, can we just make sure that our devices are muted, please? Apologies for that. You may continue.
Yes, Chair, I'm requesting if my presentation can be flighted by your secretariat. I had submitted it. Thank you. Or maybe I'll share it from my side.
Anela, can we get indication that we're trying to flight the presentation, please?
Yeah, we're looking for the chair, but if you can share it, it would be
no, it's fine. I can share it. I can share it. Chair, can I confirm with you if it can be seen?
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister, Mr. Morailani, and members of the MUT Council, Prof. Ramokhale, and executive managers and all colleagues. Chair, our presentation will be brief as per the instruction given to us. My name is Bonginkosi Zwane. I'm the Chairperson of Tenor at MUT. Our presentation will cover briefly on these 4 points. Firstly, Chairperson, we appreciate the invitation by yourselves and your committee for us to make a presentation. We thank you for that. Chair, the view of Tenor on the state of governance at MUT.
I think
Sorry, Chair. Colleagues, President of the SRC, please check your device. Colleagues, can we please respect the proceedings this morning and respect all speakers on the platform and make sure that our devices are turned off? When we go through meetings like this, ideally, we're all meant to be still where we are, seated behind a desk. The same sort of decorum we would afford these meetings if we were physically in a room all together. So can I please request that respect for these proceedings from colleagues? Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, ma'am. The view of Tenor is that on governance at MUT, we have structures in place, such as the faculty boards, the Senate, the IF, and obviously the council. Our view is that these structures are often seen not as robust enough, which makes them to appear weak. But we are fortunate that they still exist and they do some work on our academic program and also on our administrative issues. Also, as a recognized union, we are not always appraised of progress of dealing with issues raised by the numerous external reports, such as the UPEC report and many other reports. So we reserve our comments on this, as this is something that has not been discussed with us. Chair, we want to make a point that there is a room for improvement on our governance at MUT. But we must say that there has been improvement, at least in the last 2 years, on how the university has been governed. And we are hopeful that going forward, it can only become better. On the state of administration, we are concerned that at MUT we have had so many people acting especially at executive and senior management. We are happy that we have noted that the Council of the University has made appointments in 3 positions out of the 5 executive positions. So we are hopeful that a sense of stability will return to the university. We, however, remain concerned about the delays in the appointment of the faculty deans, as these are the key positions in ensuring an effective teaching and learning agenda, given that our core function is education, teaching and learning and research. So this remains a concern to us, and we note the presentation that was made by the VC earlier on the efforts that are being made to fill these positions. We are also concerned about some of the positions which have been made on an acting capacity, where the incumbents have shown ineffectiveness and in the manner in which decisions have been taken. We attribute this to poor or no succession planning, that sometimes the people who will occupy these positions are failing to make the necessary and required improvement to the whole of MUT. And we are hopeful that going forward with the appointment of these permanent positions, this issue would be prioritized. We remain concerned with the extremely inefficient procurement processes, which opens itself to abuse, fraud, and corruption, which has been the thorny issue at MUT. On teaching and learning, we want also to record that the university has scored some positives over the last 2 years. For an example, the university has adapted seamlessly to remote and online learning during the COVID-19. This having minimal impact on our pass rate, still got new programs accredited and rolled out over these difficult years. Staff members, particularly academic staff members, morale has been high despite COVID-19 adjustments and low salary increase, and have been able to work very hard to ensure that the teaching and learning agenda of the university is not disturbed. We, however, note that teaching and learning is not properly funded, and this is due to the reduced government funding. This is the issue that we feel that the portfolio committee is best suited to look at: the poor funding of the university, which has a negative impact on our teaching and learning. Also, this can be attributable to poor brand equity to attract non-governmental funding, and we are hoping that with the new appointments, these issues would be taken up immediately. Lack of financial innovation to stimulate state stream income. We are also hoping that the university will work at this. Because if we do not have this, the teaching and learning will be starved of much needed funds. We also experience learning venues which are not properly resourced, student resources, residencies which are not properly resourced. So we are hopeful that the new engagements at the university and the portfolio on higher education and the Ministry of Higher Education will look to the funding at MUT to ensure that the teaching and learning agenda of poor African students is prioritized. Chair, we thank you again for inviting us, and we hope we kept to the 5 minutes that was allocated to us. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Can we check from the SRC president if there's anything else you would have liked to add?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. Not sure if you'd still like the presentation to be put back onto screen, but I'll be very brief because I'll be summarizing what the SG has said.
We can continue without the presentation, but if you can switch your camera on, we'd appreciate that just for 2 seconds.
No problem. Thank you very much. Greetings, everyone. My apologies for earlier on, I had network failures at the SRC office, and in regards to the noise, there were comrades in the office, hence the noise in the background from the office. I apologize once again. Perhaps one must take this opportunity and express gratitude to the organizers of the meeting for extending the invitation to the SRC. For quite some time, in such platforms, students' voice is suppressed, while students are the majority stakeholders of all public higher institutions. Now, due to time, I will not be long. I'll try to be very brief, yet cover all the aspects as far as governance, teaching and learning and administration is concerned at MUT. Unlike the previous years, there's been a huge change in terms of the effective leadership, especially at the top of the management. Vacant positions are advertised and being filled when there are emergencies, and decisions are sometimes swiftly taken. For instance, as the SG had said earlier on, we had an issue of water in the internal residences and campus. And in campus in general for a number of days. But when we had reported to the EMC, there were measures that were convened and temporary measures had been put into place. It is also very important to say that this year we do not have any strikes and protests, as also mentioned earlier, but we had a lot of challenges during registration. The delays in critical decision-making are, however, still existing. These delays in decision-making that touches funds are still existing. Internal residences are of poor state. We have been calling for immediate renovations and for new furniture and appliances, especially for hygienes, if we look at toilets and bathrooms that our students are subjected to utilizing. But up until this date, nothing has been materialized, to a point that some of them are subjected to infections and so on. In actual fact, there is no consistency in the housing department of the university. We find that sometimes compliant buildings are removed out of the system, whereas the non-compliant buildings are brought back into the system. This, above many things, brings confusion to the student body in general, and will, if not addressed, result in demonstrations. We believe everything must be done according to the norms and standards of DHET. And if not, as a student body, we boycott anything that seeks to disturb academic process of students. Under teaching and learning, we must mention that we are pleased as a student leadership on how the university actively responds to the core business of the universities, of which is teaching and learning. Classes had long commenced. We're using hybrid, some contact, while some are still online. And in our institution, data is provided for online classes. We have been made aware that we might have funding glitches moving forward as far as data for students is concerned. And this, we call for immediate intervention as early as now, before we encounter any unnecessary demonstration and negative impact to both the university and students' academics. We also acknowledge and applaud the recent accreditations. I'm sorry, there are students who are looking for me. Sorry for the disturbance again. We have been made aware, though, that we might have funding glitches moving forward as far as data for students is concerned. And for this, we call for immediate intervention as early as now, before we encounter unnecessary demonstrative and negative impacts to both the university and students' academics. We also acknowledge and applaud the recent accreditations administered by Teaching and Learning Department, introducing new programs. However, we plead and request the management to maximize focus on how funds can be raised to these programs, especially postgraduate and advanced diploma courses. What is the point of introducing courses that will only enroll few students because of financial constraints? In summation, As a student leadership, we hold a strong view that the university must enforce and intensify the need for transparency, accountability, and competency in all different departments in the university. In that way, issues of inconsistency will automatically be eradicated. What we have extracted thus far is that executive management may be competent in dealing with a lot of issues, but there are lower subordinates that are acting otherwise. They may contribute to the wrongdoings that may paint the university very badly in the public domain. This has been reported to the Vice Chancellor, and with the hopes that he will attend to these issues. Lastly, we must make it very clear that the issue of having people that are acting in positions somehow, somewhere, still creates unnecessary delays and instability around campus regions. It is our strong held view that concerted efforts must be made to ensure that this matter must be resolved. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ndlovu. It's without saying that the committee is always excited to see women at the forefront of various organizations, institutions, and structures at institutions of higher learning. So it's really exciting to see that MUT students are led by a young woman. Colleagues, those are the inputs from stakeholders at Mangosuthu University of Technology, as well as the department that was led by the Deputy Minister, Puti Manamela. I would like to now open for members to interact with the presentations that were made. I must state, I'm quite confused by the opening remarks of the Chair of Council. You know, and I'm hoping members will assist me in trying to understand. You know, the chair says he's hoping that we will be objective in our engagements and fair in our engagements, but he begins the meeting by, I don't know, setting a defense of some sort. I don't know how, whether or not, I really don't know if our visit to the institution physically, firstly, I mean, one must indicate that in terms of the oversight functions of the committee, committees have the prerogative to fulfill their oversight functions in a myriad of ways, one of which was how we wrote to the Minister Nzimande to intervene in assisting us in bringing the institution to stability in terms of management and governance. And that is when Minister then decided that he will then bring in an independent assessor, where an analysis of exactly what is happening at the institution perhaps will be drawn out of that investigation, because some of our concerns, in fact, in the meeting we held on the 12th of February, if I'm not mistaken, 2021, was that there seems to be a huge breakdown in terms of relations between council and management. And there's a lot of hearsay, you know, there's a lot of personal interests that seem to have come to the fore, or personal dislikes for one another. As the Honorable Itzia, you may assist us, it just does not become tangible. And, you know, when you look at, for example, some of the findings from the Independent Assessors Report, they themselves articulate that there was a lack of trust between council and management. Some of the issues where management is accusing council, or where council is accusing management, are unfounded. They are not tangible. And so who better than to assist the sector, including us as a committee, than the minister in whatever intervention he felt was necessary. And in this case, minister then decided to allow for an independent assessor to come in and assist us collectively. So I don't know what exactly the chair of council believes would have, I don't know what what we really as a portfolio committee would have appreciated from a physical oversight is to have an understanding on some of the infrastructure challenges that we had understood the institution to be going through. But in terms of continuous engagement with various stakeholders, workers, students, yourselves as council, management as well, there are a plethora of manner in which this portfolio committee, amongst other portfolio committees, are allowed to roll out their oversight function. So I want to caution colleagues from dictating to ourselves on how exactly our oversight should unfold. And I think that the committee has attempted, given the circumstances we've been working under, and the committee led, and when I say the committee, not only under its current leadership, but the leadership before, has attempted its utmost best to try and follow up on these matters that are of concern to ourselves as the committee, are of concern to various stakeholders at Mangosuthu University of Technology, concern of the community surrounding the institution. There are many colleagues here who have spoken to the fact that the reputation of the institution is of great concern, both for those who are alumni to the institution and those who are currently in the institution and those who in the future will be members of the institution, either as students, as staff, or as academics. And one of our colleagues said, we want to see financial stability within the institution in order for it to fulfill its core mandate of teaching and learning. And that also goes to bringing, the only way we can, of course, advocate for increased budgets in institutions is if we are brought into confidence on whether or not they'll be able to manage those budgets. And so those are some of the concerns that we have, and those are the things that we want to see addressed as the committee. But maybe colleagues will assist me in this matter. Least I myself become defensive, but we also must, of course, take into consideration the programmatic challenges that we have in terms of the time that is allocated to us as committees to do the work that, particularly as the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation, are massively inundated with. So we will think innovatively and proactively on how we can cover the scope of work that we have to do in various forms, and that may not always take place in a physical meeting or in a meeting of this nature. And COVID has really made it difficult for us as well. The local government elections that we recently had also made it difficult. Yeah, but I think, let me, I just thought I'd perhaps speak on that matter firstly. And yes, definitely emphasize that this portfolio committee has absolutely no intentions of being biased and subjective, but we really want to allow for all stakeholders to find this space as a space where we can collectively, freely raise various concerns and find a collective way forward in ensuring that the sector achieves its core mandate. So I see there's a number of hands that are up: Honorable Litzie, Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Sibia, and Honorable Mahlatsi. Honorable Litzie, you may continue.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to honorable members. Good morning to the department's team, led by the DDG, the education branch, the minister's team led by the DM, the minister's advisors who are on the platform, council from MUT led by their chair, and management, student leadership, president and SG, leaders of institutional forum on the platform, and the union leaders from the two unions who are with us today. Good morning to everybody else who I may have omitted. It's not intentional. Chair, maybe let me start by agreeing with you that this committee has taken a posture to support young females who are leading in different spheres, and we would also like to extend our congratulations messages to the SG and obviously the president as well, but the SG especially because she's female, and we've got an agenda generally here.
May I check if it's my network or if it's Honorable Litzia's network?
I hope it's not mine.
I think it's yours, Chair.
We can hear him, Chair.
Okay, apologies for that. I'm so sorry for that. Honorable Litzia, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was just congratulating the president of, or the SG of MUT. Then to maybe let me also welcome all the presentations from all those who presented to us today. And indeed, Chair, it was on the 12th of February 2021 where we had an engagement with MUT last year, which in my view did not go well, obviously because would have had a lot of interjections we had to make in that meeting, sorry, against the council chair, who we felt at the time was very confrontational in the meeting with portfolio committee members. Today, I don't think the council chair started the meeting well as well, by insinuating that we may be having an agenda of some sort. And I'm glad, Chair, you raised it. I think we must refrain from making such allegations, especially against some of us who generally we don't hold such agendas. Ours is very clear. We want to see a stable PSET system in the PSET sector that does what it's supposed to do, which is its core business of teaching and learning. That's all we are interested in. So I don't even want to enter into those things because I think they're going to derail us. Chair, when we met with MUT last year, we were concerned generally about the state of affairs at the University of Mangosuthu University of Technology. In particular, at the time, we were concerned about the battles between the management and council. It was noted that both parties appear to be embroiled in factional battles of people preoccupied with securing their positions and tenders. That's what it may have appeared to us at the time. We reiterated our concerns with respect to the attitude of the chairperson of council, and noted that that conduct and tone should not reoccur in the future or in future meetings of this committee. We indicated that the chairperson of council did not give a good impression at the time. And in that meeting, I'm just reminding members of that meeting, we also made observations that it may have appeared that the chair was a central figure in the governance instability at institution. And this was after we had a meeting with this institution. When we closed that meeting, we said to the chair of council, undertake a self-introspection to reflect on the values that you are adding as a chairperson of MUT, a council to that institution. This is what we said in that meeting as the chair at the time, Comrade Chair Mapulani, was closing the meeting. This is the observations that were made at that time. Now, that meeting was not the first meeting. This committee, not necessarily us, but the Committee of Parliament would have had with MUT. They would have met on the 13th of September in 2017. They were invited there, the council and management, to report on progress made in the appointment of senior executive. I'm highlighting this, Chair, so that when I ask my questions, at least we're on the same page. Because I'm only going to highlight the things that I think would have happened that time and are reoccurring now. So the committee would have requested council and management to report on progress made in the appointment of senior executives and other vacancies and infrastructure rollout. They must give progress, challenges, and strategies to mitigate those challenges. That invite stemmed from concerns that the university senior executives at the time in 2017 were suspended and subsequently resigned. And there was abandoned infrastructure by contractors as well as litigation by contractors. And Chair, I want you to highlight this part, that in 2017, when MUT appeared before the 5th Parliament, there were senior executives who were suspended and subsequently resigned, right? This was 13 September 2017. I want you to draw the parallels between what happened then and what is happening now. And then the other time MUT appeared before the committee was on the 27th of August in 2014. They were convened at the same time. It was MUT and University of Limpopo in that meeting. That time they were experiencing, it was 2014, Chair, if you remember, it was at the height of FISMA's fall. There were violent protests that resulted in serious damage to infrastructure and disturbance of teaching and learning across the sector at the time, and these two institutions were not spared. And there they were just dealing with the NSFAS issues and trying to get a sense from the universities how they're going to prevent further disruptions of academic programs and damage to property. Now, let me go to now. The university just presented to us now. The university suspended senior executives, just like that time in 2017. And those senior executives resigned, just like in 2017. Right? So now we're drawing parallels that looks as if the institution generally just uses one modus operandi. That you suspend, you resign before we conclude this thing or something of that sort. And all of that. In our meeting last year, we took some resolutions. And Chair, I know that our program last year was seriously disrupted. Parliament program was seriously disrupted by elections, but we would have resolved at that time that this institution must appear before us on a quarterly basis, so that we check progress in addressing the findings of various interventions that were aimed at stabilizing this institution. Maybe it's we must also look at that option again of scheduling MUT to appear before this Parliament on a quarterly basis, so that we get quarterly reports on the implementations of all these recommendations that would have been made by various structures in that institution. We also made a recommendation that the minister and DHET be given an opportunity to present a way forward on the interventions aimed at restoring good governance and management stability at that institution. And that is why the department and the ministry would have appointed an independent assessor. It was because this committee would have made that recommendation. So people must not say that there's an agenda of vendetta against them or some sort. It's what is being implemented there. It's because of different political parties who are represented. They agreed that we must have the minister must bring an intervention there, and according to the act, the minister would have and the department would have followed the process of appointing an independent assessor, and hence the report is out now. We also resolved, Chair, that allegations leveled against Dr. Malazar or leveled by Dr. Malazar against the chairperson of council be investigated by an independent board. And I think the university, in their presentation here, they're saying that was done, and therefore that is why the chair was re-elected for second term or something of that. So that also happened because this committee would have resolved on that thing. We also resolved that the university must develop mechanism to increase their revenue streams going forward, to minimize its dependency on DHET subsidies, and also consult the Department of Science and Innovation to advance their capacity in relation to postgraduate studies and research. And I saw in their report, in their presentation here, I would have mentioned that even though the number is still low, but they've started something postgraduate or research or something of that sort. And that is precisely because this committee would have resolved on those things. Now, my worry now, Chair, let me get to my worries quickly. My worry is that there's been a number of instances, or maybe let me put it differently. MUT is a repeat offender on the problems of distinguishing between oversight and operations. What do I mean? I mean, Chair, different assessors reports that were conducted previously, they would have indicated that MUT Council would interfere heavily on operational matters that were supposed to be done by management, right? Now, my worry is that today in their presentation, okay, before the acting VC presented, there were two council members, okay, they are EXCO members, but two council members who presented on what I believe are operational matters, matters that should have been presented before this committee by management. Somebody at HR there to give us an indication of what's happening there. You know, today, Chair, seated, I'm very worried that it might be that council there are very operational, which is something that would be extremely worrying and should be worrying to all of us, including themselves at council level. There's a clear distinction of what are the responsibilities of council members, and that is to do side of the institution there, oversight, the after effect, oversight, you know, and instead of being operational. I'm seated here. I'm worried that if somebody from HR was to present, I'm worried that we might get a different picture coming from that institution. So that is extremely worrying. Now let's go to okay, maybe before I go to this one of this it is just presented to us now. The progress, sorry, the progress made currently in implementing SNG report and all of. So they are saying others are still in progress. So they are implementing SNG report. There's an independent assessors report that contradicts the SNG report. In fact, contradict might be lightweight, lightly worded. The independent assessors report says that the disciplinary processes that would have been undertaken or the evidence gathered against the senior managers and the VC as contained in the SNG report where, you know, the SNG report arrived at those conclusions on hearsay. They arrived on those conclusions without proof being provided, and therefore set aside hearsay arrangement. But the university arrives, they are saying, now we are continuing, we are implementing SNG report. And I want to ask a question. Why would you continue to implement the recommendations of an SNG report that the assessors report, the independent assessors report says you arrived at this conclusion wrongly without evidence? Why would you do that? That's the first question on that. And maybe, yeah, in fact, it says, you know, or maybe let me ask my question. Will I be wrong then, seated here, contracting VC management council members will be wrong, seated here, to conclude that the investigations that were done against the former VC and senior managers were a witch hunt against them. Will I be wrong if I say so, noting what I've just said about not having evidence on that part? And based on what is contained again in the assessor's report, I'm of the view that the findings of the SNG report that were made without supporting evidence has brought the names of those suspended executives into disrepute and have tarnished their names. The SNG report makes findings, or the SNG report's findings and recommendations cannot be and should not be relied upon because there was no evidence. It's like myself standing and saying, no. The person who attacked me is this one. He was light in complexion, but I don't have a picture. I don't have. I mean, it was dark. No, he was wearing a balaclava, but I can tell is this one. Well, I mean, for me, this is how it sounds. My example might be off, but it's almost the same. That you are making a conclusion about somebody without getting evidence. No. I'm worried. I'm extremely worried. And how many members of the current council have served in the previous? I'm asking this because I made comments earlier, Chair, about the committee having meetings with this council. How many of the current council members have served in the previous term? And how have they contributed to the strained relationship between the executive management and council, positive and negative, or how have they contributed? What did they do to try to deal with those shiga that was happening between the former VC and the chair of council? It is also concerning that the university incurred expenditure that could have been avoided, both in legal fees. Salaries of the executives were suspended on full pay, including financial settlements, because some of them you are saying to us, you have settled, you have paid them using university money that we are saying the university does not have. So you've paid them whilst they were home, you have settled financially with them for them to leave. It's very concerning to me. Financial settlements were paid, had to make, you made those financial statements, you paid those people to get rid of those who were suspended. I mean, that's how financial settlement is. You get your lawyers, you pay those lawyers, you sit down with their lawyers or whoever with them and say, look, we're going to get rid of you here, or we've got a strong case against you. So some of them in the previous meeting, if you remember, they said, no, these people, there's a forensic report that is out, but they are not sharing it with us. So maybe these forensic reports are not pointing out what they wanted, and therefore they've sent them back for them to be fixed. I mean, those were the allegations that were made there. So you go to these people and then you say to them, hey, Chief, we've got a serious case against you. If you don't take this settlement, you're in trouble. But at that time, it's the is the public purse, it's the people's money that is being used for those lawyers, for paying these executives who are at home for long periods suspended, and then you're settling them. So it's extremely concerning to me, Chair. The assessor report recommends that council chair you must consider stepping down, or what is now known as a step aside. And the assessor's report says, as you are not best positioned to steer the council in the direction that will help nurture and restore the relationship of trust with the management, and the necessary support, support to the staff that remains at that institution. What is council doing with this recommendation, especially this one? I would also, I would have wanted to hear on point by point, council saying, this is what has been recommended, this is what we're doing on it by the independent assessor. So, council and management, yes, they're presenting, I think they are picking and choosing the recommendation they like from SNG, they implement that one. If they like one from independent assessor, they also, they pick and choose, because at least I saw they said, is it the MTT? What is it? That structure that independent assessor said they must bring develop there at that institution. I saw that in one of their slides, they're saying the MDTT, they're saying, no, they're implementing it, I think in June or something, they're going to sit. So they're picking and choosing which recommendation they want and they like, and they choose that one. I know we're out of time. I'm trying to rush quickly now. And then, what is your understanding of this resolution that the chairperson must consider stepping aside or stepping down? What is your understanding of that particular resolution? What does it mean to you? Does it mean the chair resigns from council, or the chair sits on the sidelines for some period? What is your understanding, council members, on this particular resolution? I'm sure members will ask other issues on NSFAS and all of that. I just want Chair to go to what the independent assessor also says about what would have transpired there. It says there was no evidence, the finding number one, there was no evidence to suggest that either the VC or any of the suspended members of management or any or any member of council are involved in any corrupt activity. That is the first finding of the independent assessor. And then the resolution or the recommendation says you must have a concerted effort that must be made to transform the culture of the university, the culture of allegations and counter allegations, destabilizing the institution. Finding number two, there is little or no evidence to support the action made by the VC in the report he presented to council at the meeting of a council meeting of 29 April 2020. Likewise, there is little or no evidence to support the allegation contained in the response from the chair presented at the same meeting. So Monagi, this culture of, no, if you allege, I also allege. And there's no evidence. It was just, people fighting, using the platform that is supposed to be the center of excellence for teaching and learning. This SRC, these unions who are working the IF, I can just imagine what they had to go through, choosing sides between two bulls, using their facilities, fighting there. And I think, Chair, we must strongly condemn this behavior moving forward. Now, to the department, here is the repeat offender, MUT. Koranga repeat offender might even be downplaying this. A serial repeat offender of this institution called MUT. This is what, the third or the fourth time that we have an independent assessor there. We're using state resources on independent assessor that should be used differently, in my view, productively. We could be using that money that we've used here at MUT over the years on independent assessors alone to probably pay off a historic debt of everybody, every student at MUT. But we're using it to hire independent assessors. Wasteful expenditure. Now, department, here are the recommendations. I saw your presentation. Your presentation, for me, does not address, the nuts and bolts of what the independent assessor is asking or is making recommendations on. How far are you in implementing this independent assessor's recommendations, the department? How far are you in implementing this thing so that we bring stability to that institution? The students have spoken here. They are crying. They are crying. There's no stability. The workers spoke here. You can tell that, okay, one union, I think that is one said in the last 2 years, things are better. I'm waiting to be convinced, because I've just counted things that would have happened in the last 2 years where the VC was at odds. Since that 29 or before 29 April 2020 council meeting, they were, for the past 2 years, fighting. The VC left now in February. The whole 2 years, the chair of council, they appeared before this committee. We're not making this up. The VC, the former VC and the chair of council appeared here. They said to us when they appeared in the committee chair, they are not even sure if they should participate, because their lawyers said they must not have any contact with those people. It was bad. It was bad. So, and that is when you are saying things have been better. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't think the department, I don't think the collective wisdom of all political parties represented in Parliament in this portfolio committee would have recommended that the department must do something there, if indeed in the past 2 years things were fine. I do not know. I do not want to sound as if I don't want unions presenting, but I simply do that. But I think I'm inclined to agree with what the gentleman from now would have presented, that indeed things are not fine. The institutional forum, or they're also saying, no, things are not fine. The students leadership are here and they're saying things are not fine. We did not go on strike, not because things are honky-dory. It's because we probably are tired of striking for nothing. We decided, or let's manage this thing, because once also there's a strike, sometimes things get out of hand. So things have not been well, the department. Please implement the independent assessors recommendation fully as on brief. Thank you very much, and I apologize for taking long. I'm just, MUT was my neighbor, because I went to UKZN, so they were my neighbor, those ones. So it's sad to see them continuously going in and out of independent assessors processes. It can be, and they can't blame a minister, because it's actually, this minister has not done, this is the first time he personally would have sent an independent assessor there. There's been 2 other ministers who did that. It can be that really all these people are wrong, and somebody, that institution is right. Maybe we don't understand how things should be run at that institution. It can. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I apologize again for taking long. Good.
Thank you very much, Honorable Letsie. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hope I'm audible and that my connection remains. First of all, I just want to say to Honorable Letsie, I deny having a balaclava. But on a more serious note, the first time that I really took notice of governance problems at Mangosuthu University of Technology was when I was enrolled at the University of Pretoria for my PhD in education, and I wanted to study under Professor. Then he left the university temporarily to act as administrator at the MUT. And it seems to me that not much has improved since then, as Honorable Letsie has set out now with his research, which he evidently has done on it. So I actually want to know 2 things from Professor Mangosuthu from the Independent Assessor body. What is the quality, according to her observation or the committee's observation, of teaching and learning at the institution? Do the students get value for money, whether it's their own money or this much money, doesn't matter? Do they get value for money? Do they get jobs after leaving? What is exactly going on there? Because we all know that universities exist to teach and for research, of course. And all the governance problems are actually, well, governance as a phenomenon is not an aim on itself. It's supposed to be the basis, the necessary, the indispensable basis for delivering good learning and teaching. So do we have a problem where the governance issues influencing learning and teaching, or do we have as serious problems in that regard as we have at the management level? I know this would be a kind of a subjective judgment that she would make, but I would like to know her opinion. And then the question enters one's mind, if this is going on for more than a decade, maybe even for 2, do we ever reach the situation that we say, okay, let's disband the Mangosuthu University of Technology, and then we have all these nice buildings and facilities and stuff, and we start a new University of Technology in Malazar with entirely new staff, everything anew. I know that one thinks one drops a baggage, but in the process one drops a lot of other things too. But when do we come to the situation that we say, well, it doesn't seem as if anything good is coming out of this? This is my 2 questions. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by actually welcoming all the presentations that we got today from the workers, the student, and as well the council and the Chairperson. Chair, I want to use this platform actually to applaud Babalo Ndwayana for opening up a case. One would want to say to him, he must not, withdraw or try to do something that is not right. He really understands what is it to defend the gains of democracy. Just by opening up a case as a victim, it shows that he's one of the activists who would want to see the just in this particular country. So I want to tell him that the whole country is behind him with regards to making sure that the perpetrator ends up where he belongs. Chairperson, one of the things that I've noted in some of the remarks by Honorable Letsie, partly covered on issues of financial stability in the institution. I just want to say to the institution, they must submit to us a financial plan with regards to that. And then the other issue that I want to say to the Department of DHET, I'm very, disappointed and about the pace that we are actually addressing these matters at MUT. And I just want to say to you guys, you need to move with the speed so that we are able, to focus on other issues and other institutions. So I don't think they are doing what we want them to do with regards to them responding to these issues swiftly. So I want to check with regards to the recommendation by the independent assessor. What is it that the department could have done working together with MUT? And if they have a program, they can submit to the committee so that we are able to do our oversight, noting all the recommendations, as Honorable Letsie could have said, and what the department was supposed to do. So I just want to say to them, they need to forward to us a plan of action with regards to the recommendation in terms of the responsibility of the department. Number two, Chairperson, I think let us applaud the fact that there's an indication by everybody that we really have a crisis at MUT with regards to organizational culture. And one wants to welcome the fact that there would be a workshop dealing with issues of management and leadership and governance. And I hope that that particular workshop that is planned, there won't be cost, implications, and then at the ultimate end, we still find ourselves in this issue of historic issues of governance, management, and leadership in the institution. So I just want to welcome the fact that there would be a workshop, and it really shows that there's a need of a new organizational culture at MUT. And we hope our people would actually adhere to that particular fact and forget about themselves and think about the learners, because here we can tell that, as there was could have said, there's movango. This movango that you don't know what is happening where, and it's confusing because these are people who are learned, people who really understand what is the difference of governance, management, and leadership. So I want to believe that this particular workshop will actually assist them to really take the university forward. And I'm very happy, Chairperson, about the recommendations by your labor unions. And I want to ask the MUT if they can write to us with regards to the recommendation and way forward by the SRC, the president, to say how best are they going to deal with those issues? Because I mean, these are the stakeholders and partners who say that as much as we are aggrieved, but this is what we want you to do. So I want the MUT to actually send a written response to us to say with what these stakeholders are saying. From the SRC point of view, with regards to their way forward, this is what we are going to do. From the IF, from Nahau, and as well, what is this other one? Tenusa. From your recommendations and way forward, this is our plan of action with regards to responding to them. Because as portfolio committee, we don't want to be seen as people who are interfering, but people who are coming with interventions to say 1, 2, 3 must be done. And lastly, Chair, I heard that on one of the slides there was an indication of issues of KZN flood. I want to check how was the university impacted, and are there any risk mitigations with regards to whatever that they could have suffered from this particular floods? And lastly, Chairperson, the issue of inconsistency. It's very worrisome when it comes from all this presentation to say, is this inconsistency happening based on the fact that there's incapacitation by other people who are deployed to execute or employed to do their work there in the institution? So it's very worrisome. And I believe that I would want us as the portfolio committee to continuously give the institution the necessary support to ensure that they actually deal with, small challenges that seeks to create a bigger problems in this particular institution. And one would want to agree with Honorable Litsie, Chairperson, to say, as the portfolio committee, perhaps we need to continuously engage them as we have recommended last time, to say, as we have taken the resolution to say we would quarterly meet with the institution. Let us just do that with regards to whatever that could have transpired in this particular meeting today. And to our learners there, you must just do what you have to do as learners to ensure that everybody accounts, because of you are the ones who would suffer the most. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Sibia.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks for all presentations. But the Honorable Letsie covered most of the issues regarding the recommendations from the independent assessor. But I would like to check whether the unresolved issues, like the council is supposed to be disbanded, was not disbanded. Why was not disbanded, and what is the cause of unending negotiations between the institutions and the unions, according to the report from the SRC? And the issue of what criteria do you use to select the students who are supposed to receive data for e-learning, because some of them are not receiving the data. The renovation of internal residents, they are saying is a long overdue. Why are you not renovating the internal residents? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sibia. Honorable Matlati, your hand was up. Would you still like to input?
Oh, yes, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
All right, thank you very much, Slalo. Let me take this opportunity to really welcome the presentation and good. Is it still morning? It's afternoon. Afternoon to yourself, Slalo, and all members of the portfolio committee. The DM, if he's still on the platform, the leadership of MUT, including students and workers. Good afternoon. Slalo, the presentation we are receiving today doesn't give us any comfort as a portfolio committee, doesn't give us any confidence in as far as operations, academia of this particular institution. Maybe one would start with the input by the chair of the council. In his presentation, he says, most probably had we honored the invite or the commitment to go to MUT, things would have been different. My question is, if you've got capable people at the level of council and management of the institution, why were they not being able to bring stability to this institution? Why would a body like ours that seeks to do oversight would be seen as a body that can bring stability in an institution? Are they themselves, putting a vote of confidence on themselves as a council and as management of MUT? Are they saying, because that clearly indicates to us that they've got no confidence in bringing back the reputation of this particular institution from a glory? Now, that on its own is a clear indication that there's no hope from council itself in relation to this bring stability to MUT. But then, let me go to the presentation of the department in as far as the independent assessor is concerned. So the report, I think in the first or third slide, informs us about the processes in which the process of appointing the assessors
Honorable Mahlatsi, we are losing you. In fact, I think she's completely off the platform now.
Honorable Mahlatsi, connectivity chair for a sec.
Okay, all right, you can come in.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, let me go quickly, Slalo, to say the section 45 of here gives rise to the minister as independent assessor. And this came because of the input or the recommendation by the portfolio committee based on the file and maladministration. And furthermore, an issue relating to stress undermine of the functioning of the public higher education. In this instance, referring to MUT. And lastly, because of council inability or the failure of council to resolve these issues that are related to mismanagement of MUT. And this was done in the best interest of making sure that we bring the stability in the institution. In the same report, Chair, the report says that there was a suspension of the VC. Council suspended the VC. Though VC himself made allegations against, amongst others, the chairperson of council related to procurement process. But today, the chairperson of council and he remains in the institution. There's no independent investigation on him. Even though several council members resigned. And this report also makes reference, Slalo, to factionalize university stakeholders. Now that clearly tells us that, you know, Honorable Machezi will hear me properly, would understand what I'm saying. You know, you know, you won't eat, you won't do this, you won't, you know, according to the report. Here. If you don't listen to him, you are out. If he doesn't, you don't do according to what he And this is what the picture, one picture that one is getting out of this report. Because if the allegations against yourself and you name those whom you made allegations against, now I'm even worried those who are acting in this, and the fact that people in the vacancies that were created by the, these colleagues in MET who left, are we not worried the state of governance in that institution? Now, Chair, the report on slide 9 further says the chairperson also put new allegations without giving the VC an opportunity to respond. Because, I'm worried. I'm seated here, I'm asking myself, what are the views of the chair of council given that and everything that has happened in that institution in the best interest of students? Because the maladministration of that institution, yes, it will affect workers, but the beneficiaries of our higher education, our PSET sector, are students. And when there is maladministration in institutions of higher, they are the mostly affected ones, more than anybody else. Now, the report further, on slide 13, says to us, it indicates that the suspension of officials came at a huge cost to the institution, not only in terms of financial cost or financial loss, but also in reputational damage. With everything that has been said in the report, how would society view MET as an institution? Will it be able to attract students and staff and potential funding given its financial dwindling situation? And today's people have left the institution with a cloud over their heads, with their reputation being questioned. Do we not worry about people's mental health after these processes? After they have left this institution? No, let's go to financial stability. The report says 73% of students enrolled at MUT are on NSFAS. And the MUT's presentation, I think management is presented. They said NSFAS, they've got a sizable amount of money that has been as a debt from NSFAS. What has been their engagement with NSFAS in making sure that this deficit is dealt with? Have they engaged NSFAS? If they've done so, when did they do so? And what were the resolutions between themselves and NSFAS? Secondly, on the financial stability, what is their research and development budget and allocation from DHET? And how has it been utilized? Coming to the issue that Honorable Litsi has raised around issues of third streams or, other streams of income to make sure that there's stability. But with what is happening at MET, I see no innovation and creativity in as far as this institution is concerned. And I also want to ask the chair, given, age of wisdom also counts in terms of how it's not he see it as, time to really utilize his wisdom in any other institution, so that MUT institutions of Highland, especially universities of technology, all bring new energy, younger generations, so that we bring the creativity and innovation that they should be able to bring to the fore as institution. But equally, Chair, I want to know how much did the recruitment process cost, including the adverts? Because this is where it becomes important. This institution has financial crisis, but people left, and we're told that they can't disclose their agreement in terms of the suspended VC and other senior officials of the institution. But it will be important for accountability purposes to know how much has costed. They don't don't have to say per individual, but in terms of adverts, how much has it costed them to advertise this post and appoint and the process of appointing? And Chair, number of institutions currently, and this is what Honorable Little has spoken from financial interest in as far as institutions are concerned. There is always a squabble over finances of institutions and procurement processes. There is a need for us to also consider that fiduciary duty matter that we said Higher Education Act does not speak to, especially when it comes to council members, that they can do as they wish in institutions and nothing happens to them, and we are toothless as well. And even the legislation does not much room to act in terms of this issue. So this is what should be one of the issues that we should do before 2024, before we leave the sixth administration. The last issue, Slalo, is on the issues of workers and students. I agree with Mam Sibia that all issues that have been raised by students should be responded to by council and senior management. We want to know issues of data. We want to know issues of infrastructure in terms of, refurbishment of residences, and how many students are staying in residences, and how have they been able to manage those residences, because that is a problem. The second last issue on students is about evening classes. Why is there a challenge in terms of evening classes, so that the institution should be able to accommodate more students, to also increase their revenue base in as far as those will be able to for themselves and on NSFAS, and also to be inclusive to higher education. On issues of workers, clearly, when one goes through these reports, you can feel, without even saying anything, the element of intimidation in this institution. There's a high level of intimidation, and there is high level of, undermining other stakeholders. How has the fact that the reports are indicating to us that it's no sober relationship between management and workers and students, clearly this shows that there's a lack of leadership in this institution. And it starts from the top, in this instance, council itself. So let's agree in principle that the Independent Assessors Report, especially recommendations, they should be implemented as such, and the minister must make sure that where possible, we look into other issues extensively, so that we bring stability in our institutions. Last week we were dealing with when we were having issues of qualifications and so forth and so. It can't be that our historically disadvantaged institutions are run down, literally run down, by academics, by those whom we have trusted in positions of leadership, given that they've got qualifications. In actual fact, we must have qualifications of all council members. We must know who has, because in some instances, we have institutions that are led by, academic institutions that are led by people who've got no qualifications at all and expertise. I'm sorry, Slalo, if I became too emotional about these things, but this is a future of a Black child, of an African child, that I think is being taken down the drain by elders in the
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlatsi, and to all honorable members for your questions, comments, recommendations. I'm concerned that we haven't had any inputs from the DA. I hope we've covered some of the concerns or questions from colleagues in the EFF, but perhaps let me start with the matter around NSFAS. Can we check whether or not the institution has been having engagements with NSFAS? NSFAS has been trying to meet with a number of institutions across the country to try and deal with the challenges around the closeout project. And so, we'd like to have an indication on whether or not NSFAS and the institution have interacted in person, or maybe perhaps even through any virtual platform. And then also get clarity on whether or not the amount owed to the institution by NSFAS is related to the closeout project, and get confirmation on whether the institution has submitted the data required for the closeout project. And then just also perhaps clarity, if I see the SRC SG's hand has gone up. This is a moment where members of the committee are afforded an opportunity to ask questions, comments, and make recommendations. So can you kindly just write to the host if there's any matter you'd like to have addressed, and then we'll see how we can assist going forth. Right, so also just perhaps to give us an indication on whether or not the funds owed to the institution by NSFAS would assist with some of the short-term cash flow challenges that the institution is facing. And then also to give us an indication on how much has been lost to the university due to the alleged ghost employees, and a confirmation on whether or not the institution is still working with KPMG as its auditors. And then also if we could have clarity on why council or management unilaterally took away the rights of IF, of the institutional forum, to be part of the recruitment of senior positions in the institution, and whether or not this was communicated with the institutional forum before it was implemented. And if the minutes of that meeting where that decision was taken could kindly be shared with the committee, that would be greatly appreciated. We'd also like to have clarity on the legal costs, and perhaps colleagues could submit to us a document of, well, like a spreadsheet of some sort where this is broken down. The legal costs in relation to the forensic investigations and the various suspensions that have taken place at the institution. And then could we have an indication of who forms part and parcel of the task team that is tasked to elect the new Vice Chancellor, so the composition of that particular team. And then I'd like clarity on, and I'm not sure if Honorable Litzia touched on this, so please pardon me if I am repeating this. I'd like clarity when we spoke of some of the allegations that were made on the Vice Chancellor and some of the members of management that were suspended by council, informed by the chair of council. When we look at the Independent Assessor's Report, it states that there's no evidence to suggest that the Vice Chancellor or any of the suspended members of management or even any members of council were involved in corrupt activity. And it's unfortunate that the other side is not here to account, right? But these allegations that colleagues were making on one another, if the Independent Assessor's Report is saying that there is no evidence to support these allegations that were being made, to support these allegations that were made that even resulted in the suspension of the previous VC and other members of management. And I mean, now we find ourselves with the independent assessor saying that, the suspension of the VC and the other officials is lifted. And of course, already the previous VC has already parted with the institution. But I mean, these were serious allegations that had serious repercussions. And to have an independent assessor report saying that there was there was no evidence that would substantiate, these allegations, is very worrisome, because it means we're operating in a space where abantu can just accuse one another, and then their lives are affected. The stability of the institution is affected. The reputation of the institution is affected. And for what? We can't operate, and this is where then the Independent Assessors Report becomes so important in how it articulates the importance for us to work on the culture, the institutional culture at Mangosuthu University of Technology. Because for as long as this type of way of doing things persists in the institution, we're going to have a crisis. And I mean, the thought of what Honorable Boshoff speaks of is very problematic, because we want to see these institutions thrive. We want to ensure that we indicate to society that Black people are excellent, that at the helm of our leadership, spaces can succeed. So we cannot find ourselves in a situation where this particular culture continues to persist. It's unhealthy, it's not normal, it's very unprofessional, it's unethical. So those are the questions that one has perhaps for now. But really, how did on what basis did those allegations even stand if they were not tested? I mean, Honorable Litsie has been trying to guide me in this process that we are on, in some of the other work of the committee, to say that when allegations are made, evidence must be brought forth and that must be tested. So, and then also to perhaps get clarity on how far we are with the implementation of an alternative dispute recognition mechanism, like an ombudsman. And of course, we see that in the recommendations from the IA, there's great consideration for the multidisciplinary task team to assist with that particular process and challenge. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that for now. I think everything else will come forth as a recommendation will be highlighted in the recommendations that will follow as we move forward, because I think the most important thing is for us to pave a way forward. And really, we want to support the Independent Assessors Report and see its implementation, but we'll get to that at a later stage. So I'd like to then start with, perhaps let me start with the workers, if there's anything that you'd like to respond to what members asked, and then move towards the IF, and then the SRC, followed by management, and then council. So if I can just check with colleagues from Nahal, if there's anything you'd like to say. Your mic is open, but we can't hear you on our side, unless it's my network.
Hello, Chair. Hello, Chair.
Hello, we can hear you.
It's Nehau. No, we've got nothing to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Can I check with the other colleagues as well, if there's anything you'd like to say at this point? From Tenusa. Mr. Zwane, I don't know if you're still on the platform. All right, I'll now move over to the institutional forum. Mr. Mtimkulu. Okay, I'm worried that it could be, can I just, Anile, you can hear me on your side, right?
We can hear you, Chair.
Okay.
Yes,
All right. So Tenusa is not here. IF is not here. So we'll now move to the SRC. Any remarks from the SRC? I know the SG's hand was up earlier on.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to respond to the question that you asked regarding NSFAS. Yes, there were meetings between the institution and NSFAS officials. We requested the meeting. It was in Durban. Then the latest meeting was organized at Treasurer General, Secretary and President, and the Financial Aid Office of the institution went to Cape Town to discuss some issues that are affecting students as well as the institution. There were meetings there, and there were resolutions which were taken there, but as the starting we still need the intervention from DHET because there are still unresolved issues which are affecting students. And what we have discovered throughout this process is that NSFAS itself, they also have their own problems because firstly, their system is very poor, which contributes to exclusion of students because students they come to institutions and they demand answers regarding NSFAS, but we also have to depend on NSFAS to provide those answers, and it takes a long time for NSFAS to respond back. And the process of institution in NSFAS, they always differ because NSFAS has this appeal process of opening for applications process, and whenever they need to deliver a funded report to the institution, it will differ with the registration period of the institution. That's where we have some issues with that. That's where we come up with that there are students who appear maybe to be funded on NSFAS portal, but they don't appear on the funded list. And those students, at some point, they become excluded. So there's an issue, there's a burning issue currently of ECP 2018 students who are believed to be FOIA program. As stated, it's a FOIA program, ECP from 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. Those students shouldn't be affected by N+1, but currently those students are affected by N+1 rule of NSFAS. And when we try to engage NSFAS on this matter, NSFAS it doesn't. It's not their problem per se, because to their system, this cause is registered as a 3-year program. That's where we need assistance from the DHET because it also goes back to the DHET. So regarding NSFAS, we need a strong intervention from the DHET side because there is some slow process that's going on with regarding NSFAS, which results in exclusion of students. That's what I want to clarify regarding NSFAS and raise this concern regarding NSFAS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SG. Can I just your sound is really poor, so one struggles from time to time to hear you. But can I just have clarity? So you went to you visited the NSFAS offices as the SRC or together with management?
We visited. It was the SRC and the financial aid. I'd say management. It was the financial aid office.
Okay, so you have visited NSFAS, but NSFAS has not come to yourselves.
We've never hosted NSFAS officials here in Emirates this year.
Okay, all right. So this meeting you had was this year or last year?
It was last week. Last week, Chair.
Last
From
week.
Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Yes, Chair.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, SG. Can I check with I don't know if the president is still on the platform.
Yes, definitely. I'll just thank you very much, Chair. I think the SG has covered a few things on the NSFAS, that we went on a trip last week to Cape Town, but there was no tangible resolutions because there were issues that affected us a lot within the institution that they said they also do not have answers to. Therefore, were referred to DHET. For instance, students that had appealed still haven't received their allowances, and there were students with unsettled debts who will not receive their qualifications. Now, on the issue of residences again, which is one of my biggest concerns, Chair, the question of fixing these residences also answers how the institution can make and generate income. Because as we speak, there's a residence which is owned by the institution that has been closed down due to non-compliance. Now, when NSFAS pays money to the university, it's one way of generating income even for the institution. So that was a resolution, that was one of the ways that the SRC saw or sees it fit for the institution to generate income on these residences. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to the SRC. Honorable Boshoff, I want to believe that's a legacy hand, if I'm correct.
I'm sorry, it means I'll immediately take it out.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Boshoff. All right, I'd then like to hand over to management and then close, of course, with council.
Thank you, Chair. What I'm going to do is just give some information on some of the questions that were raised. Those that have been, I was able to hear clearly. The connection in some instances was not very good, but there are a few questions that I've been able to pick up. Some of them, about 4 of them, I'm going to refer those to my colleagues. Maybe I can just mention them so that they start preparing to give responses. There was a question of the impact of flood. Mr. Gao will respond to that. And then also on the issue of the renovation of the residences. There was also a question on why some students are not getting the data allowance. Dr. Magua will respond to that. And the CFO will give details about the monies that NSFAS has been owing the institution and where we are now in terms of our cash flow situation. Chair, the questions that I want to respond to are the following. There was a question from Honorable Sibia about what was the cause of the long negotiations with the unions. The negotiations at the beginning of the year were about the salary increase, and which is what may have impacted the registration processes, because students complained about experiencing a go-slow from staff members dealing with registration matters. But when we inquired from the unions, the response was that there was no go-slow. But the issue was really about the salary negotiations. It's something that we have partly resolved, because we have reached agreement with one union, and we are left with just one union to finalize this matter. And there was also a question about the recruitment process. I think it also came from Honorable Sibia, how much the recruitment process for the staff who've left cost us. We haven't advertised those positions as yet. The recruitment process that we reported on is in respect of the vacancies that we've had for the position of DVC research, the registrar, and the executive director, institutional advancement, also including the position of the DVC, resources and planning. Three positions, as we indicated, have now been approved. The successful candidates were approved by council last week. So the cost that we can give is in respect of this recruitment process that was concluded last week, and we're left with just one more position. We don't have the cost with us at the moment, but if it is required, that cost we can provide. And on the issue of evening classes, there are evening classes, but we've curtailed the evening classes because we discovered that there was a lot of abuse with the evening classes, which was a phenomenon that was costing the university a lot of money. It's actually a problem that even the independent assessor highlighted as something that we needed to attend to. Actually, the acting deputy vice chancellor teaching and learning is the one who actually alerted us to terrible abuse last year of lecturers claiming for classes that were not being given. There was even an audit that showed that there was a lot of abuse. So what we've done, because the evening classes are a major cost, to the university, we've tightened control. We only offer classes where there is a genuine need to offer classes. Otherwise, we expect that students should attend the day if venues are available. Then there was a question about the cost of the ghost employees saga. According to the KPMG report, they've been able to identify an amount of about 2.2 million that the university suffered as a result of the action of this payroll accountant that we talked about earlier, who has since left the university. We have not been able to unearth any other case of wrongdoing in this particular matter. But as the independent assessor has recommended that we widen the net, we will do that and see if there aren't other staff members who may be siphoning off the funds of the university in this fashion. And there was a question about KPMG, whether they are still our auditors. KPMG are not our auditors as we speak. They were engaged to audit, to an investigation, a forensic investigation on the ghost employees matter, but they are not our auditors as we speak at the moment. And there was also a question about the legal cost of the disciplinary processes. I don't have the amount with me, but we can provide that information. The senior director can make the information available. Chair, those are my responses. I may have skipped other matters because it's been very difficult to hear all the questions because of connectivity, but I'm sure if there's anything that I've skipped, the colleagues can then come in. So with those other questions that I've identified, maybe we can start with Mr. Kau on the impact of the floods and the renovation of the internal residences.
Thank you, VC. Good afternoon, Chairperson, and all protocol observed. With regard to the damages that we have suffered as a result of the floods that were experienced in the province, fortunately, we have not suffered that much damage. The damage that we had related to the roof leaks that ended up damaging some of our equipment, mainly computers. About 20 odd computers were damaged. And then the other damage related to the paved walkways, especially those that are located or situated in the very steep sections of our campus. In terms of mitigation measures that we have put in place, fortunately, with regard to the roof leaks, we already have a project that we are in the process of procuring for contractors to be appointed to repair roof leaks or roofs that are old and require some attention. However, it will not necessarily address all the buildings that require attention. And this is one of the projects that we will be prioritizing for next year to cover the rest of the buildings. And sections that are prone to flooding or erosion as a result of increased stormwater runoff. We are busy with a stormwater management plan as part of our bulk infrastructure upgrade, and that will then take care of all stormwater management measures that we need to be implementing going forward. There was a question around the renovation of residences and how far we are with that. We have previously received an allocation from DHET to implement bulk infrastructure upgrade as well as residences, renovations to residences. It was one lump sum that had these two components. Due to the high need or the importance of the bulk infrastructure upgrade, taking into account the increased demand on the bulk services on campus, as well as in line with provision that needs to be made to cater for all these new buildings that are coming up, it was important that the bulk infrastructure be upgraded. And in fact, it was one of the conditions that some of the municipal approvals have been put forward, that this bulk infrastructure needs to be put in place. So we had to prioritize that. And unfortunately, that took bulk of the money that was allocated for these two components that I've mentioned. So it left a very small amount left available for renovations of buildings. However, we had approached DHET as part of the 6th IEG funding cycle to secure funds to be able to proceed with the renovation of the residences. And we are grateful that in our meeting, fortunately, we had a meeting with DHET yesterday. And whilst there's internal processes that still have to be followed, but they have indicated that a positive response can be expected in that regard. So once that has been confirmed, it will allow us then to start in earnest with the renovation of the residences. There's quite a huge amount of them that will be done, and it will have to be done in phases over a period of time. But the critical ones that are current, especially those that are not used at the moment as a result of some of the defects, will be prioritized so that these buildings can become operational again. Thank you, Chair. I think I've covered the two questions that were referred to me.
Thank you, Mr. Kau. Chair, then the other two questions, the one on the data allowance, the acting DVC teaching and learning will respond to that, followed by the questions related to NSFAS matters, the money owed and the cash flow situation of the university. That will be responded to by the CFO.
Thank you, Prof. And through you, Honorable Chair, I'll respond to the issue on data. Let me start by saying that the funds we use to allocate data to students are funds which are part of the COVID-19 responsiveness grant, which the DHET created at the beginning of the pandemic to enable institutions to manage the challenges that were posed by the pandemic during that period. There were funds allocated for data for both students and staff. And as time went on, we depleted those funds because of the massive spend that was directed towards data. We approached the DHET, I think, on 2 occasions to request for environment of the budget from other budget allocations to enable us to continue to provide data to students. And on both occasions, the DHET came to the party and allowed us to reprioritize some funds within the grant to enable us to continue with the provision of data for students. Now, what is happening is that where we are now currently, I think we are on our last installment of what is available for the provision of data to students on that particular grant. So beyond that, we may have to, if the situation still requires us to continue to provide data, we may need to consider approaching the DHET to use the same funds. I mean, to enable us to reprioritize some of the funds within the grant, because there is still money on other items that were allocated within the same grant. But to respond directly to the issue of some students are getting data and some are not getting data, students change their numbers all the time. And sometimes the system has an old number and they don't update their numbers when they change them, and the data goes to old numbers that are within the university system. So what we encourage students to do is that if it happens that a student doesn't receive data within a particular month, they need to approach the Teaching and Learning Development Center to enable them to trace the data and where it ended. So I wouldn't know what happens at that level, but the complaint just comes as a general complaint that not all students receive data. And it is not by design, it is simply because of the numbers that are being given to the university and are currently being used for the allocation of the data. In the last communique that went out to students, this is what we said, that students who do not receive data need to approach the Teaching and Learning Center for those matters to be attended to. I haven't as yet received a specific complaint that says this is the list of the students who do not have data. The complaint comes as a general complaint that not all students receive data, but it's impossible to respond to a complaint like that. But if a list is given to the center and say, these are the students who say they haven't received data, or even when students approach the center on an individual basis, the center is obliged to assist those students in terms of helping them to access the data that is due to them. Because at any given point, if data is given to other students in a particular month, students who haven't received it are still entitled to the data. So it is within their rights to approach the university and say, I haven't received the data, can you assist me? This is the number that I'm using, this is the number that I wasn't using. So that this matter doesn't come as a general complaint and give an impression that the matter is handled unfairly and that students are being discriminated in the allocation of data. So students need to continually make sure that the university has their updated numbers, because we access those numbers from the numbers that they present to the university on the database. Thank you, Chair. I hope I have answered that. But if there are students who are being disadvantaged, it is their prerogative. They know where the TLDC is and they can approach the center and indicate their complaint, and it will be dealt with at that level. It's only when we do not have the funds all together to continue to provide data, that situation will also be made known to students, that this is the current situation, and this is how we are thinking that going forward, we will deal with the matter. Thank you.
CFO.
Thank you, VC, and good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members again. With regard to the questions on NSFAS, I want to confirm that our interaction between MUT and NSFAS is ongoing and continuous. The interaction has certainly improved since the appointment of a permanent COO at NSFAS as well, and more recently the CEO, and that is a good thing for the sector. So we regularly interact with NSFAS on a weekly basis, actually, to deal with trying to resolve student queries and other related issues. On the matter of specifically relating to the closeout and the closeout project that is currently underway, the project itself covers the years 2017 to 2020, and we've had several engagements with NSFAS, virtual engagements, the majority of them, except for last week when the financial aid management team together with the SRC visited NSFAS in their offices in Cape Town to deal with student registration or funding issues, and also to deal with the closeout issues. Following from that, and following from a letter that was received by the university regarding the closeout, there are still outstanding issues that need to be resolved, which the financial aid office is working with NSFAS, and the deadline for that is at the end of May, so that those issues can be resolved and then the project itself can be finalized and closed out on closeout. So we will continue working with NSFAS to provide that information and resolve issues on an almost daily basis. In terms of the amounts received from NSFAS, I just want to clarify that in the presentation earlier this morning, the amount that we received from NSFAS related to the 2022 academic year, the first tranche payment. So that will be used for the 2022 funding. However, also note in the presentation earlier, a mention was made of an outstanding amount of about approximately 105 million Rand at a point in time last year. And I want to confirm that we have received those funds from NSFAS, and also follow up regularly in terms of payments from NSFAS that are outstanding. But of course, as I've indicated in the presentation earlier as well, that NSFAS has confirmed particular funding cycles or payment cycles, and they have honored it so far. But of course, we will make sure that going forward, that we receive what is due when it is due. Remembering also that the closeout project will finalize outstanding amounts due by NSFAS to the institution, and in some instances due to the institution, due by the institution to NSFAS in respect of overpayments that NSFAS may have made. But I just want to also state at this point in time that from the analysis we've done and the consultations and engagements we've had with NSFAS, we are expecting that there will be payments in respect of underpayments that were made or were not made to the university. So we're expecting more funds to come through from NSFAS in that regard when the closeout is made. In terms of cash flow, I also want to just mention quickly, briefly, that yes, we are preparing regular cash flow forecasts and rolling forecasts, which we update on a quarterly basis, and monitoring cash flow very carefully. In fact, we've managed to also improve cash flow management over the last 6 to 12 months. And I think we can also say that that's evidenced by the fact that even during the first quarter of this year, when there was no funding forthcoming from NSFAS in terms of the upfront payment or even the DHET block grant, the university was still able to settle its debts and also use part of its own financial resources to assist students in terms of allowances, where NSFAS had not paid us the first tranches yet. So we are monitoring cash flow regularly with the aim to ensuring there is sufficient cash available and to also improve financial sustainability. Chair, I hope I've answered all the questions in that regard. If there are any more, I'm happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. Chair, just the last question that maybe I also need to respond to. The question came from Honorable Boshoff, and I hope I got the question correctly. What I understood him to be asking was whether students are getting value for money. Chair and members of the portfolio committee, what is noteworthy about MUT, and I've been at MUT for several years, is that in spite of all the challenges that we encounter from time to time, there is stability on the academic front. And the good work that goes on the academic front is confirmed even by external parties. The acting DVC teaching and learning in his part of the presentation alluded to the successes that we have recorded in terms of the accreditation of programs, whether it is by the HEQC or even the professional bodies. And these are independent people who look at what is happening and they accredit our programs. So if the core business wasn't functional, we would not be receiving these accreditations. The acting DVC teaching and learning also alluded to an award that we received last year from the NRF, the Acceleration Award, in recognition of the excellence of our research and the speed with which we made that turnaround. Now, these are judgments from external parties to say, MUT, you're doing good work. And in addition, if you look at our success rate, the student success rate, MUT has been consistently the best performer amongst the UOTs, small as it is. If you look at our the success rate of our students, we've kept that record for quite some time. And that is something that we are proud of. And credit really needs to go to our academics. Mr. Zwane earlier talked about the attitude of our academics, and we want to thank them, that in spite of all the challenges that the university has experienced, challenges of governance and management, the core business of the university has been proceeding. So I think that is how we can respond to the question from Honorable Boshoff, whether students are getting value for money. External parties have confirmed that we are on the right track. Chair, these are the questions that I was able to note as questions relevant to management. There are other questions that may require a response from council, and I'll leave those to members of council. And if there's any question relevant to management that I may have skipped, I want to apologize for that, because in some instances I was struggling to hear what was being said. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I see there are hands that are up. I'm not sure. Okay, let's trust that colleagues have been covered. Sane, I'm not sure where Sane is from. If you can write in the chat, please. And then I'd like to hand over to the Chair of Council, Mr. Morelan.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. I was struggling thinking that there were hands that you wanted to recognize before I make my closing remarks. Should I continue?
No, you may continue, Chair, because I'm not sure what Sane is a member of council. Okay, I think it's your members of council. And then Zodwa Zwane as well, I think.
Yes, those are members of council.
Okay, so they'll be guided by your leadership as to when you would request that they make their inputs.
No, may I ask that they are given the opportunity first before I say my piece?
Okay, that's fine. All right, so can the members of council who would like to make inputs, please make inputs, and then Chair of Council, you will take over after the last member has made their input. Thank you.
Thank
you. Chair, through you, if I may start.
Yes, you may go ahead.
Yes, it's Mr. Khalani here. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to respond to, I think, 2, if not 3 questions. I think the other were questions. The other one was more of a comment. The first one was, I think, is the comment that was made by Honorable Litsi, saying that it looks like in our response on our presentation, we have picked up certain issues that we feel comfortable with to respond to. But however, I want to clarify, Chair, that when the invite was sent to Council, it was clear in terms of the number of questions that needed to be responded to. Had we knew or known that we needed to be detailed in our response, covering from both reports, Independent Assessors Report, I think we could have done so and done justice, maybe perhaps to members who feel that all questions were not responded to. That is the first one, Chair. The second one, it's on the comment also around the issue of members of council responding to questions in this meeting, suggesting that there are interference by council into operations. I think, colleagues, the statutes of MUT and the Higher Education Act are very clear in terms of what is the responsibility of council and what are the responsibilities of management. And if we can look at our response, we only responded on issues that are pertaining to governance. And there was also an example that was made about HR, having a member of council responding to HR matters. But it was on a high level on HR-related issues that resides under the armpit of the HR Committee of Council. And to appreciate further that the VC came also to respond on HR-related issues on an operational level. So there's no ambiguity there. We have tried to separate ourselves and responded from the governance level point of view. The last one, Chair, it's on the reports, the 2 reports, the Independent Assessor Report and the SNG. And there's a view that says that we responded based on the independent, on the SNG report. And I want to say to the committee that it was a forensic report. And colleagues will appreciate that when we say we're commissioning a forensic report, there are certain tools and resources that are applied in the investigation of a forensic matter. Then, if then we come and say, perhaps the forensic report did not have proof or evidence suggesting that those issues that were raised were true or not. I think maybe perhaps we're questioning the integrity of that particular campaign, which I'm not in a space to defend them. The last one, Chair, it's about the comment about the qualification of council members. I think we're free, Chair, to be audited on our qualifications and the experience that we possess, and for us to be part of this particular council. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you. Oh, sorry. Yes, you may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Sanem Nyandu here. Thank you for affording me the opportunity. I would like to speak to the matter of council picking and choosing who to suspend and who to not suspend. And I believe it's fair that one brings facts to this utterance. Council, at the time of deciding to precautionary suspend the then VC, did so in the absence of the current chair of council. Council agreed to put the VC on precautionary suspension that it may undergo the necessary investigations without the office of the VC meddling or interfering with them. And this suspension was received by the VC as it was not a foreign act to him in the university, it being a tool that he himself utilized when he was intending to undergo investigations with officials. So the talk that Igamalume is not a true reflection of how this council operates. And I speak this on the same conviction that one of the parliamentary members speaks on the emotion of being an active alumni of this university, having done both undergrad and postgrad. We serve this university at the best level that we committed to when we entered it. We do not treat it like a tuck shop. And there is no such thing as when Malume says, or when Malume refuses, then there's no food. That is not true. And the public of South Africa deserves to hear that coming from a member of council who is a product of this institution. The second part, issues of accountability from this council. When the Independent Assessors Report came out, this very council responded in detail to each and every finding from the Independent Assessors Report. And this council responded to the minister's office. It is then something that this council would have had to be advised on, that the same response should have been sent to the portfolio committee, as it is evident that the two do not talk to each other. So it's possible that the portfolio committee does not have privilege of that response. But this council did commit to that, set aside a full day and responded to each and every finding. There is no particular reference or preference that is undertaken when this council is responding to the findings of the independent assessors. And it's very important that this is understood. There was an issue of this council not considering the mental health and reputation of the VC. This council could not have ignored the allegations against the VC and taken into consideration his mental health and reputation. It has a responsibility to act on allegations, and it did. It precautionarily suspended the VC, and after the findings of the forensic investigation that was undertaken by council, then took a decision to further charge the VC and then undergo the disciplinary proceedings. And this is how the process was rolled out. So, Chair, I believe that this is fair, that this committee is brought into this confidence, which might not have been knowledge to it. Thank you.
Can we have the next member of council? Ms. Ntuli, I think you are coming in. But I think, I don't know if Mr. Ntuli, apologies for that.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Ntuli. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to raise some of the things here. Under this management that we have at the university, there is a lot of changes. As I think all of them, they presented the positivity that council have to address the findings. One of those, we feel, the management feel the executive position, pre-executive position. And currently we are in the process of filling the vacancy for Vice Chancellor. We have a lot of policies that management busy with. And we have even now the open door policy. If the people want to raise anything with the management, those are open. It's not like before. So I want to stand firm with this council. We are trying by all means to do what is expected from us as a council. I'm internal council member. We have a lot of changes. We have a lot of changes. So I want to be different with some of the things that was raised by you, portfolio committee members. I think you need to come closer to the university and interact with the executive management and get what we are doing. University is moving forward, and we expecting you to give us a support, then ambush us, because I look as if you came here to ambush us, and you have your own agenda. I think you must execute your agenda, because I look as if you have your own.
Order, Chair. Order, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Whip. I'm going to caution you, Mr. Ntuli. I really have to caution what you are insinuating. There is no attempt. There are many mics that are open. Can you colleagues please mute their mics? There's no attempt by this committee to ambush anyone. All right, so I would like you to retract that statement that you've just said, insinuating that members of this portfolio committee are not engaging in this meeting in good faith, because that is not a true reflection of this committee. Mr. Ntuli?
So you want me to withdraw my
Yes,
statement?
please. Yes, please, because that's not a true reflection. There's no attempt to ambush. There's no attempt to make this space a space that is. All right, Mr.
That is my feeling, Leader. I look as if that is my feeling.
Okay, all right, Mr. Ntuli, can you conclude your remarks, please?
Okay, thank you very much. I finished.
All right, thank you. Can we move on to the next member of council, please? All right, there's a note in the chat that they could not find the option to raise their hand. Mr. Dlamini, you may continue.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the committee at large. Chairperson, my biggest worry is the impression that we are getting out of this meeting. I must state that I am a member of council. I am also an executive of council. I also represent a convocation in council, being the president of the convocation in the institution. I've got a huge history with the institution. Perhaps that's where I should start. It would be wrong for the portfolio committee to be under the impression that there's actually nothing that is being done to address the challenges that the institution has been facing over the number of years. Even in Professor Stark's report, he stated that there is great work that has been done to address some of the findings that have been made by Prof. Banibinjana in his report, which was presented in 2018. That on its own, it should tell us that there is a particular direction that the institution is moving towards to. there are challenges, but we are addressing them as we move forward. Now, it would be incorrect also to say that, because we all don't know. One of the main reasons why council had to institute a forensic investigation was to find the facts. Now, we are not expert in finding those facts. When the report is presented to us, we welcome the report. We action according to the recommendations of the report. Just like the Prof. Stack's report, he has found whatever there is found. Where we agree, we accept. Where we need to improve, we are going to be making improvements. There's no ambiguity. We can't then say, because what he says, it might not sit well with us, then we say, no, Prof. Stack's report, it's neither here nor there. That can't be true. We should not treat the SNG report different from any other report that has been produced. It's not only SNG reports that we are addressing. There are other reports that has been presented to us, which we are currently dealing with. So that's the impression that this committee I want to have, that a full suspension emanated from the facts that were presented by the investigation. A disciplinary process was undertaken and it ended there. Unfortunately, then the university had to be approached by the concerned people to say, can we reach a settlement on these matters? Now, when the disciplinary process was underway, that's what would have proven whether the findings of the SNG report were correct or they were not correct. For now, I don't believe that amongst us, there's any person who can stand firm and say, no, that report was just a witch hunt, which should have been used to get rid of certain people in the institution. It can't be true. It can't be correct. It's unfounded. And it's unfortunate when it's being raised by members of a portfolio committee in a public platform. So that's my greatest concern, Chairperson, that I want really to express here, to say that whatever action that has been done, it was emanating from a report that was conducted. And further to that, Chairperson, at the time, the Chairperson of Council in MUT had stepped aside, only came back after the report was submitted to Council. When we started to effect the implement the recommendations, he wasn't even part to that. He wasn't even party to that. So it was just Council that was applying its wisdom on what has been presented to it. Unfortunately, as I'm saying, Chairperson, Tina, we are not. I personally am not a lawyer to say whether that report was a proper report or not. If SNG as a professional body, well, as a professional people, to say this is what has been happening here, we as council ought to follow and say, we have been told that this is what has been happening based on this investigation. This is the evidence that they have found. Then we're going to use that in a disciplinary process, if there is a disciplinary process. So in this case, there was a disciplinary process. It might have not concluded, but there was a disciplinary process that could have given us a final say on that matter. So I want to stress that there are improvements, Chairperson, that are taking place in the institution, and we are kind of seeing the direction that we are taking. And we want to take that because some of us, they've got interest of this institution at heart. We are the people that we are today because of this institution. If it wasn't for it, we wouldn't be where we are today. So at no point where we then want to destroy the very same thing that has made us who we are today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dlamini. Mr. Zwane. Oh, sorry, Ms. Zwane.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm covered by my council members, but I just want to speak on the issue of the chairperson of the council. Maybe we need to, one way or another, to rest the issue of the chairperson of the council, because maybe the understanding we have as the council is different from the understanding of the portfolio. In the SN, when there were allegations on the issue of the chairperson of the council. We sanction SNG to look at the allegations, and the SNG, the forensic company, gave us the report that exonerated the chairperson. So now when you come back or somebody comes in and say the chair must step down, as a council, we must have something that has a basis or something tangible to say, chairperson of the council stepped down because of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The report of the SNG came back and it does not have anything that says, here is what the chairperson did, but it exonerated him. Hence, we retained the chairperson of the council and re-elected him. Fast forward, the Independent Assessors Report is coming back, is saying the chairperson must consider stepping down. It's not instructing the council. It says the chairperson must consider stepping down. And I remember one of the honorable members of the portfolio asked, what does that mean? We asked ourselves, what does that mean? If you say somebody must consider stepping down and there are no basis, there is no tangible thing that says this person must step down because of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you are saying the person must consider. So that is where the challenge is. Each time we meet with the portfolio, my honorable chair, this thing will come back, but the question is, what is it that we need to do as a council? And remember, we are here, chair, as individuals, as independent thinkers. We think, we analyze, we evaluate, and ensure that we come to the decision. And we can't take just a decision which will come back and bite the university. When you take a decision, when we take a decision in the council, we always ask the legal opinions. Is this legal? If we take this, is this going to be able to stand the test of time? If it's not going to stand the test of time and it's not going to assist the university, it is going to create some beggars. We don't have to go through that decision. So I'm saying, Chair, the issue of the chairperson of the council, it will always come back, but until we get exactly the direction from either the investigator or from the assessor that says the fact is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, therefore the chair is not does not qualify or is no longer fit, council take a decision on the chair. We will take a decision based on the fact, not to have the response or to have the advice, which is we are not sure whether what you are doing is correct or what you are doing is not correct. That's number one, Chair. The second thing, Chair, I want to raise is the issue of what the chair has the honorable chair has said we must indicate the people who are doing the issue of the task team. In the presentation, the task team that the council appointed, Chair, is not for the recruitment of the VC, but it's for the development of the guidelines that will be used in recruiting the VC. I believe that those guidelines will include who should be part of the recruitment team. But for now, it's just a task team which is led by the management at HR level and the registrar on developing the guidelines, because the one we had we identified the gaps based on 2017 and 2018 process. There were gaps and we're saying they must fine tune it so that when we go and recruit, we don't experience the same problem we experienced when the previous VC was appointed. Thank you, Chair. Oh, before I close, Chair, let me also indicate as an individual person, I am deployed there by the minister and I'm not working according to what Malume says. Whether there is no Malume that I listen to the policies and listen to the act and act according to the interest of the Mangosuthu students on Mangosuthu University and Mangosuthu society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zwane. Can I caution colleagues from using emoticons and what in the meeting? emojis. I mean, it's the same as, it's an expression of howling or heckling, or I mean, one could even put up a sad face or put up an angry face or put up a, you know, so that would ordinarily not be allowed in the meetings. I please request from yourselves to not do that. I'd like to then hand over to the Chair of Council, Mr. Morelane.
Thank you, Mem Katwa, Honorable Mem Katwa. Coming to this committee is always problematic. We don't want to come offend anyone, yet we fail all the time. We don't want to come here to be checkmated by presentations being made here. We are keen to come here to add value and answer questions. Council, we have to reflect on its contributions to these meetings so as we don't make mistakes. We should follow the letter of invitation in making our presentations, but as we do so, we end up being at fault or being misunderstood. It is advisable that the agenda is followed and in accordance with the letters of invitation and common to everyone. Participants should ensure that their contributions are on point and in line with the agenda. It helps no one when we come here to show each other's weaknesses. We don't know when we have the opportunity to respond. We don't have the time to respond to the long comments and questions from members. Without us being given this opportunity and time, we leave these meetings with the impression that we accept what was said here. Many of the things that were said here, we don't agree with. It is unfortunate that this forum is used for grandstanding and a complaints forum.
Mr. Morelane. Honorable, Mr. Morelane.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm worried because you're saying that there are matters that you don't have sufficient time to respond to, but at no point have I indicated that any of the colleagues should shorten their responses. So if you feel that there are matters that you've not been able to respond to, please feel free to raise them. If there are others that you feel you would not, even in the day or hours of which we have, you would not have sufficient opportunity to respond. Right. Yes, please then maybe write to us, but let's not create an impression that, you know, there's not been sufficient. I don't know, unless you're saying you don't think that we can do justice to the conversation now. But if there's more information that you'd like to send, please do send it to us. But I'd really want to caution us from making it seem as though this meeting has not allowed colleagues sufficient time to respond. If that's okay with you.
I was saying, Ma'am Katwa, that there is not sufficient time after the long questions and statements that were made by the members that we will be afforded with that time to also respond in a long way, because there are many, many things. So we will take the opportunity to write to you about the many things.
Okay, that's fine. You may proceed.
Thank you. I was saying it is unfortunate that this forum is used for grandstanding and as a complaints forum. MET has created adequate forums where structures interact with management and where necessary with council too. We will invite our stakeholders to come and make these surprising complaints to council, but also why they haven't taken advantage of all the available forums to voice their complaints. Maybe there is a lot wrong about these forums and how they are run. In particular, we need to be clear about what the laws of our country says about roles of various structures within our space. Structures not understanding their role and assuming that they have all kinds of powers is a colossal challenge. This committee should protect its processes such that informed people come here and make their contribution. Public accountability of universities is exercised under the law. In the higher education sector, public accountability is achieved through the instrument of independent assessment. This is so to ensure institutional independence as per the Constitution to unjustified interference in our universities. An independent assessor was appointed under the law and has made his findings and developed recommendations, and this should be followed, and we are following them. We wouldn't want to find ourselves in a contest between council, DHET, and the portfolio committee about governance and oversight. We will reflect on some of the requests being made here and respond accordingly within the law. We remain committed to govern the university properly and in accordance with the law. We also want to be justly held accountable by authorized bodies for our actions and decisions. We want to reiterate that the undertaking by the portfolio committee to want to visit us at Umlazi is still welcomed. Please come. We will prepare presentations to give you a full picture about MUT away from the public gallery. We believe you will be further informed and maybe, just maybe, you may have a better view about us. I find myself in an invidious position as a lot was said about me, with one speaker identifying me being at the center of many of the problems at MUT. If I were to have the time to respond, I would challenge those assertions. I will not do so here. All I can say is that the independent assessor did not make a recommendation to council to remove me. He left it to me to consider to step down. I have chosen not to step down, as I have done nothing wrong since I joined MUT in 2014. We welcome the opportunity to have been here, Mem Kancho, and we will continue coming to the committee and hope that we will add value going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of Council, Mr. Morelane, together with colleagues from management. I'd like to now hand over to the department. I believe Ms. Sotsikwa should still be here with Dr. Lewin. Sorry, Dr. Sotsikwa should still be here with Dr. Lewin. Apologies for that.
Afternoon, Chairperson. I think Dr. Sotsikwa is not around. She had to go, she had another commitment, urgent commitment to attend to, but I'm still here with my colleagues as well. Thanks very much for the meeting, and good day to all the honorable members as well as to the colleagues from MUT. We saw some of them yesterday. Actually, we were visiting MUT on another matter. Maybe I just will say just one or two very short things, Honorable Chair. And just to clarify, I think the presentation that we made is on the findings of the independent assessor. And I think also many of the questions have focused on that report. And I think it's a very important report for us as the department. It's a report that was commissioned by the minister, and as has been correctly reported by the institution, the council of the institution has responded to the minister on their inputs on the independent assessors report. At the moment, the minister is applying his mind on further engagement with the council. I think it is possible that the minister may meet with the council. It is also possible that he will continue to engage with them. At the moment, I'm not in a position to give any further updates on that, as the minister does need to take the time to engage with the responsive council. But certainly that engagement has not halted or completed yet. I think it was very helpful to get some of the questions, and I think that as a department we will always be available to take those questions forward. And also as a department we continue to engage with MUT on every aspect of the work of the institution in the same way that we engage with all our public institutions. So I want to thank the university for their responses. I want to thank the Portfolio Committee for allowing us this opportunity to talk to the very important reports of the Independent Assessor. And I'm sure that this conversation will continue as the department, I'm sure, and as the Minister would be available at a future point to come and talk further, perhaps about some of the later engagements on the Independent Assessor Report. But that's just the main point that I wanted to make, Chair. But on all the other issues, whether it's to do with NSFAS matters or governance issues or issues of the academic project at the university, as the department, we would continue to engage with MUT through the normal course of our work. And of course, picking up on many of the issues that have come up here as well, taking those issues into our discussions with the institution. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much, Dr. Lewin, for that short response. I think firstly, let me remind us of why we're all here, right? Yes, we have an ongoing sort of concern in relation to how to a number of concerns around the stability in terms of governance and management at Mangosuthu University of Technology. What really prompted that we meet this morning, and now we've moved into the afternoon, is the work that, and maybe let me just give us time frames. So we meet in February 2021, and then in June 2021, the former chair, Mapulane, requests that okay, all right. There's a question from Honorable Litsie that I think he's indicating has not been sufficiently asked. I'll come back to you now, Honorable Litsie. So in June 2021, the former chair of this committee, Honorable Mapulane, wrote to Minister to request that he considers some sort of intervention that could really assist us in addressing some of the challenges that we are faced with collectively at Mangosuthu University of Technology. And Minister then responded through by placing an independent assessor. And that process has unfolded. Also then to respond to Ms. Sane, I'm not sure what the surname is, Miandu, yeah, Sane Miandu. Ms. Miandu, to then respond to your question, well, I don't know, I think it was an insinuation that there's a breakdown in relation or communication between ourselves as a committee and the ministry of the department. The reason why we've asked the department to be present in this meeting is because we also want them, as work that was orchestrated through their guidance and leadership in terms of the independent assessor being enacted, to also take us through the findings, right? And then for yourselves to also come as an institution to give us perspective on what has the work that has been done by the independent assessor. Of course, we're not gonna waste time and only ask you about the independent assessor report. We're also going to want to have an understanding on what the current state of the institution is, and that is what informs the further, sort of bullets or themes that we would have requested that that council and management prepares for. Because if you understand the structure of Parliament, it's a very rigid program, and in terms of the work that we have to do, the way in which it's structured, if we're going to meet with MUT, we're going to want to get as much as we can out of our engagements with MUT. But what I'm trying to say is that is bring us back to why we meet. We meet to get an update on the work of the independent assessor and the report that has come out of that particular work. Now, so to respond to the insinuation that we're not working with the department, we cannot interfere with processes in such that there's a way in which things have to be done, and we have to allow for those particular processes to unfold in the manner in which they ought to. So you as council have responded to the independent assessor, and you've made your remark, or independent assessor report, and you've made your remarks and you've submitted that to Minister. Once Minister has concluded considering your response to the report, he will then share it with us. Unfortunately, we cannot wait until Minister has considered the report in order for us as Parliament to do our side of work. So at that time, he will come and he will share with us what your responses were and what his considerations of that are, and where we then find ourselves in terms of moving forward with the recommendations brought forth by the independent assessor report. So I just wanted to give us that particular background and why we find ourselves here today. I want to also indicate to the Chair of Council that I don't recall receiving a letter, a congratulatory letter from yourselves, and I'm actually quite saddened by that. But perhaps colleagues had sent it to, I don't know which email address they had sent it to, but we can't seem to find it, and we don't believe that we responded to it either. So if there was a further request to really have the committee come to the institution, we may have missed that because we can't seem to find that that letter, and we perhaps must indicate that that's really unfortunate. I then perhaps would without taking the meeting back, I'm going to request that the information that Honorable Itzia requests on the chat be responded to. Yeah, be responded to by the council in writing. Yeah, I think I'll do that so that we move forward. If that's okay with you, Honorable Itzia. If it's not, you're more than welcome to indicate that you're not comfortable with that way forward. But I'd like that colleagues respond in writing. I'm going to switch off my camera due to bandwidth. Colleagues, if I were to attempt to summarize or give us a way forward, firstly, we are going to remain concerned with the fact that the institution has experienced governance and management challenges for about over 20 years. And Honorable Mahlatsi passionately speaks to the fact that we have to ensure that historically disadvantaged institutions must function. And Ms. Nyandu also further articulates her convictions and commitment as an alumni of the institution. Mr. Dlamini as well says, no, yes, we want to make sure as alumni that this institution succeeds. And so it seems as though collectively we all have a common vision for this institution which exists in a broader community within the PSET system, right? So there seems to be that collective agreement on what we should be trying to do for this institution. However, colleagues, we're not finding one another in terms of our actions and in terms of where the institution currently finds itself. And this would require deeper oversight from the Department of Higher Education and Training. And we've seen this unfold through them working on this independent assessor, enacting an independent assessor. We must commit ourselves again as a committee to ensuring that we do visit Mangosuthu University of Technology. Considering the limitations of the program, we may at some point even see how we can send a delegation, if not the entire committee, to visit the institution. We must reinforce the resolutions of the previous engagement we had with MUT in saying that, perhaps we may not be able to meet physically on a quarterly basis, but there must be a way for us through written format to update one another on the progress of the institution. And then we also really need the department to play its role and also to account and to update us as a committee in writing on how it is assisting and supporting the institution in stabilizing the institution. But we also must indicate that we are finding irregularities and a disjuncture between how council or the institution continues to refer to the SNG report and implement some of the resolutions or recommendations of the SNG report, whereas at the same time, the Independent Assessors Report indicates some concerns with irregularities in terms of the SNG report, thus putting it into question. And so noting that the Independent Assessors Report should be taken with greater consideration, noting that DHET plays its oversight role over the institution, we would think it would be best that the institution strongly considers the Independent Assessors Report, unless the institution has rejected the recommendations of the IA's report. But of course, I mean, we're not privy to that at this point in time, as your remarks on the IA's report have been sent to the minister. But that for us as a committee really is of concern. And of course, we want to unequivocally state our support for the IA's report. And I think the IA's report has been fair, and I don't know, perhaps the problem was for us to engage this report and hoping that we are because we're not only engaging the institution, and I need members of council to understand that. When we meet here in this meeting, we are also engaging DHET. And so as a committee, some of the remarks that we have are not directed to yourselves, but are also directed to DHET, who will have the responsibility of playing an oversight role on the implementation of the recommendations that will come out of the IA's report. So when we perhaps say that, in good faith, considering the recommendation from the IA's report, saying that yes, yes, the VC in fact could return, but of course he has left the institution, and also saying we found no particular challenges in terms of the allegations set on the chair of council. Putting both these members of the VC has left us now, but even if we're saying that the suspension of the VC and other two officials must be lifted, the VC should not return. And I think that is a fair recommendation coming out of the IA's report, and even saying that even though there were no allegations, or the allegations towards the chair were unfounded, or whatever it may be, and therefore, but even so, we think perhaps the chair should consider stepping down in the best interest of the space, allowing for a fair playing field for all stakeholders in the space, allowing for a cleansing of some sort for the space, right? So where we had tensions, for these parties who have contributed to the tensions that may exist within the space, perhaps let us allow a space where both these parties are not in the space. Now, I think that is a very fair recommendation coming out of the IA's report, and that is on some of the basis on which some of us may support what the IA's report is saying, right? So we really, as a committee, and perhaps the department must take this very strongly, want to support what the current recommendations of the IA's report bring forth, and really implore on the minister to fast track the consideration of the IA report and ensure that interventions to implement the renewal program of the university commences, right? So I think that is perhaps our stance on that particular matter. Whether or not, council agrees with the IA report or not is something else. And I would cautiously want to say it perhaps is a bit concerning, right? But that is a discussion that we will have with colleagues from the department at a later stage. In relation to some of the recommendations, for example, as the multidisciplinary task team, we really support this recommendation, and we implore on the department through this MDDT to ensure that the people who are appointed within the institution in terms of the governance and leadership of the institution have the requisite skills of really turning the tide of the institution and strengthening the work of the institution. Many members of council said that the tide is turning at the institution. Well, we want to see an accelerated turn of the tide, and we cannot, as a collective, sit back and be okay with the slow pace of change and transformation. So we definitely have to support all interventions that could assist in ensuring that we bring about the requisite skills within the institution in terms of governance and leadership. And we also want to state that we support the recommendation by the IA's report to work on the culture at the institution and calling for free expression of ideas and critical debate, and allowing for a space where concerns can be raised and criticism can be leveled without fear of reprisal. And I think for me, Chair of Council, when you say that there are stakeholders who, their views you're hearing for the first time in this meeting, I become a bit alarmed and concerned, and because perhaps that is an indication of a failure by ourselves as management and governance at the institution to create space for engagement. Perhaps we need to reflect on whether or not the spaces we currently have are conducive for various stakeholders, either students or staff or the IF, to mention but a few, to raise their concerns. And we also need to indicate that we are the only ones who will say that, in fact, whoever is wasting our time. And I mean, like, for you to insinuate that there are matters that these stakeholders are raising that are not of concern to the committee is problematic. This is a committee that ought to allow for citizens of this country to express their concerns. So we really must protect stakeholders in the space from any attempt to make you feel as though, I don't know, like the views that you bring forth are unfounded and uninformed, and unless there's no evidence to this. And that is where, of course, the ongoing work we need to do in terms of our oversight becomes very important. So we really must protect stakeholders, and your views are always welcome. You can write to the committee at any point. If there is a way for us to bring some of these matters into a formal meeting, we try our best to do so. But yeah, we must protect stakeholders from that particular insinuation. And then I also want to protect members of this committee. To insinuate that members are grandstanding because, I don't know, all engagements of the committee, unless there are confidential matters we need to deal with, are in fact a public gallery. If we want to call open meetings a public gallery, yes, they are, right? This meeting is a public meeting that all citizens of this country are free to interact in, of course, represented by their various stakeholders. Yes, in fact, when we come to MUT, don't think that if we come to MUT, then we are not in the public gallery. It is another public meeting. If members of the community of Umlazi want to come into our meeting, they are more than welcome to. But they must know that their views must be represented by the stakeholders who have been given right in that meeting to participate. So I don't want us to create a narrative that if we come to the institution, then maybe members will not raise the issues they've raised today with the very same conviction that they have raised their matters with, right? So let's be cautious of that. Then I also want to then request that the university submits to us a spreadsheet on the breakdown of legal costs on the forensic investigations, suspensions, and financial settlements. And then also request that management and council submit a response and a plan to address the issues raised by stakeholders. So there's a number of matters that were raised by stakeholders. Now, if a chair of council, you're saying some of them are new to yourselves, it's fine. Maybe, you know, yeah, so please just make time, colleagues, to meet with these stakeholders post this meeting, to engage on the matters they've raised here, and come back to us with how you plan on addressing the issues that they have raised. And this also goes, you know, speaks to the issues around NSFAS. Dr. Lewin, we need you as the department, together with NSFAS, to go to MUT and find the core and crux of what the issues are in terms of NSFAS. The students raised a number of matters. They're saying they went to NSFAS last week. And maybe what we need to understand through yourselves, Dr. Lewin, is what was the agreement between NSFAS and MUT in that meeting, because the SRC is saying nothing tangible has come out of that meeting. So perhaps we need to be brought into confidence that those engagements that we recommend, because we're always saying as a committee, when we find situations like this where an institution is saying that, you know, they are having challenges with NSFAS, we always say that no, the institution must meet with NSFAS and they must find a way forward. So if these engagements are not yielding any result, then that is very worrying to us as a portfolio committee. So if Dr. Lewin, through the department, if you can assist us colleagues there with making sure that whatever there is a record of what was agreed to in the meeting they had last week, and make sure that we are found on the ground with the institution to try and find resolve on that matter. Sorry, colleagues, I just want to check if I'm not leaving anything out. Then we also have a lot of acting, and I think here I need to speak to Mamzwane. Mamzwane, Tina, sifuna ukuthi lama recommendations aphuma ku independent assessor are implemented. As a committee, siyavumelana now. So I think where we don't agree, Tina Nani, is perhaps kuti you don't necessarily, because you're saying, you know, what is the issue with the VC? What is the issue with the VC? The independent assessor says the VC, sorry, what is the issue with the council? Ms. Shoba, your device is open. You are saying we are forever going back to the issue of the chair of council. Apologies, I said VC earlier on. Yet, you know, the SNG report says X, but in fact, the independent assessors report says the chair of council should consider, right? And we see that. And therefore, we are saying as a committee, we support that particular recommendation. So perhaps the responses you've sent to the department are different, and that is okay. You are entitled as a council to your own views, and that is fine. But that is the basis of which members express what they express, right? I had lost my, and that is where, again, we want to say that we really want to see an end to all the acting positions in management. And that, of course, also speaks to the finalization of the position of the appointment of the VC, which should happen later in the year. And Ms. Zwane, I think you were not understanding me well. I don't know, because when you respond, you say the task team that is meant to appoint the VC has not yet been established. The task team that should set up the guide. That is what I want to know. So who is leading that process of the guidelines? Because that is the start of ensuring that we don't have whatever problems you yourself are articulating to say, were challenges with the appointment process of the previous VC. It starts with the guidelines. So we want to know who forms part and parcel of that particular team. So you're saying it's the registrar, you're saying it's HR, who is in that team, so that we are brought into confidence as a committee on who forms part and parcel of that team. So I want to leave it at that for now. I want to open again to members of the committee to make sure that there is no particular matter that I have perhaps left out. Honorable Litsie.
Yes, Chair. I think you have covered the issues that would have raised. Maybe just emphasize that council, when they respond, must not create an impression as well that they are being defensive. Well, we are not. We are not opening us up to ask or to comment on what they said, but I think that's the only thing that I would have wanted to say, and also maybe be cautious about using certain words that members are grandstanding, members have got agendas, and all of that, because we could have said the same, but we asked a question, and they could have said no, yes, because I said, would I be wrong if I said this? They could have said yes, would have been wrong because this is the issue. But instead, they're saying we have an agenda and all of that. So that's the only thing, Chair. And yes, we do accept the invitation to go to MUT there. I myself would go there at any time. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Litsie. Honorable Mahlatsi.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think you have covered a number of issues that we raised, but one of the issues that I specifically raised was around issues of adverts in as far as the new positions are concerned, and whether if they've already done the recruitment processes, how much have they spent on adverts as well, inclusive of the negotiation in as far as the release of other members. But also, Slalo, maybe we must raise this matter as a matter of principle. If members of council feel that we got an agenda, indeed we've got an agenda. In agenda here too is to make sure that this institution is run well. That is the only agenda we have as a portfolio committee. Secondly, is around the agenda of the meeting today. Ours was to discuss the Independent Assessors Report, and all the inputs they were making are based on the Assessors Report. And if the Assessors Report says the institution has been run down, there is no issues of maladministration and so forth and so on. If indeed the council was doing a great job, like members of council are vehemently, saying these things, vehemently rejecting it and insisting that they're doing well, why is the report saying something else? Now, if we were indeed doing a great job, which we should be doing, by the way, the portfolio committee will not be discussing the matters that we're discussing here. But the intention of the whole process is to make sure that we run the institution well, that all beneficiaries, in as far as I'm concerned, mainly students, should be able to be catered well, and we have a proper institution. Precisely because, like you said, we do not want an institution that are run by our, Africans to be seen as, institutions that are just not working, that are not operating well, that the Black people cannot function. That's our issue. If we can get that thing right, we will not be coming back to MUT. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlatsi. Are there any other members? Are we fine? Chair Morelane, I was checking if I've covered, those are my concluding remarks. So I was checking if members of the committee are covered by my remarks. So I want to then therefore close the meeting. Colleagues, we really want to appreciate your availability this morning, moving into the afternoon. And what gives me hope is when members of the council say, but we also want, to, as alumni of this institution, we also want the best for this institution. That is what gives me hope that whatever decisions we make every day in the roles that we have been given, as members of council, as management, as student leaders, really, I must say, Ms. Ndlovu is so refreshing to listen to, as the leadership of, labor unions, of IF, as members of parliament, we collectively want the best for the sector. And that is why we interact in these spaces with the conviction, that we interact with. And so I think someone said, we're ambushing colleagues, and as members of the committee may feel, hey, laba basihloniphi. Ayibo, chair of council uvula meeting sekayalwa nje kanjalo. Members of council may feel as though members of this committee don't respect them. They want to see the worst, and they're just busy with their red pen. Or we are sitting on brooms as witches on a hunt. But I think for me, what it may indicate is a vigor by all of us to want to see the best for the sector. I want to hope that none of us are engaging with so much vigor because we want to defend the undefendable. We want to defend our own personal interests, or we want to defend, I don't know, ikhundla zethu. But I really hope that what we want to defend is the mandate of this department. So we will continue to work with the department. We will work with management and council in supporting you all through this process. So we really, really appreciate all of you availing yourselves, and we will then await the outstanding information that we have requested from management as well as council. And we really implore on the department to, led by the ministry, of course, to speedily resolve on the contributions made by council towards the IA's reporting for minister to then begin the important work of implementing. And we do see some of the, colleagues shared with us that MUT is the only campus or institution in KZN that didn't experience student unrest. I want to caution us from viewing that as as an indication of the runnings of the start of the year, because it may not necessarily be that. It could be that perhaps there were challenges, but the stakeholder relations between management and SRC and workers have strengthened, and that's a good thing, right? But let's be cautious on how we articulate some of those matters. And so if the stakeholder relations are bettering, we welcome that, and we really want to encourage that colleagues continue to work in good faith. And we see that they are also, there's also work that has been done around those who are implicated in tender irregularities. And we support that type of work in terms of ensuring that there's consequence management and there are repercussions. Of course, we want the money back where money has been lost. So we also need to strengthen that particular work of recovering funds that have been misused. But we note that there is work that's been done, but we want to see a whole lot more work done, and we will support any interventions that can ensure that there's speedily change within the sector and the institution. So thank you so much, colleagues. Let's also caution one another from using language that does not necessarily assist us in this process. Let us respect the decorum of the space, and sinzwile ukuthi akunamalume MUT, but let's please make sure that we continue, and we see the responses in terms of how you intend on strengthening institutional culture to ensure that there's no malume in the space. But where members may be concerned, they will have to express their concern. So having said that, colleagues, thank you so much. Honorable members, we'll see each other on Friday, where we are then dealing with the responses on the Professor Mbati inquiry. Yeah, so this meeting has come to an end. Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you very much to all members of the Portfolio Committee and colleagues.
Siyabonga Sihlalo.
Bogoto.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Good day, Jerry. You had a tough one today.
Yeah.
Recording stop.
They mustn't take things personal, man. We are not personality.
Is Miss Nyand still on the platform? Where's Miss Nyand?
You will see us on a.
We're not saying
I'm here.
An institution.
I'm here, Honorable Sihlalo. I'm here.
Don't worry, my sister. We're not personal. We just want this institution to be proper.
None of us are personal. Trust me, this is my home. This is what made me who I am today. I would never put a foot wrong because I know what a black child benefits from that institution. So we are not personal, we are passion driven. And that is why we want the committee to feel that from us.
That's beautiful. Mal administration.
I want to, trust me.
Kikupa, please put on your glasses. Can you do that? Just for 2 seconds, not for too long.
I also want you to borrow me the glasses that you guys are using, because
no, I don't want to influence you. I want you to have a partial view.
No, I want to see from your side, because the independent assessor there does not see what you are seeing. So
Okay,
if
so
only
you must
guys in
come.
that council and the,
Okay, Ntate Tebogo, come and visit, ne? Then I will give you my glasses.
Let's go to MUT comments.
Thank you,
No,
thank you, Stalo.
Chair,
Thank
the
you.
only problem is the issue of Kamalume. That made them very angry.
It's not just the malume, Honorable Mahlati. It's not just
Hello,
the
my
malume.
dear.
It's the insinuation, me. The
Oh,
insinuation,
Mamkandi.
malume. Irina, I don't have willpower. I don't have leadership. Wabona?
Mamyandi.
Hey, Antad.
Mame,
Hey, they got
mame,
angry, man.
mame.